mass wedding. So maybe 100 couples get wed together in one occasion. So that's part of one of our social needs. That's quite interesting to put that things inside the idea of why we need funding. All right, the Islamic microfinance. Um, Dr. Salman also attract us with the crossroad between the Islamic microfinance, either it is a profit making activity or social aim activity. It's quite interesting to have that. And he tried to differentiate between these two types of purpose. So Islamic microfinance, profit making Islamic microfinance for non-poor segment of community, and the other one, which is the social microfinance for the poor people. Okay, that's quite interesting. But the overall objective of the microfinance is about the to ensure the financial inclusion of the unprivileged community. So if yes, make profit making is quite important, but if we concentrate too much on that aspect, we may violate the main purpose of microfinance. All right, so maybe we need a response from the Dr. Salman after this. Okay, the quite interesting topics he brought also in his slide here is about the conflict of interest. So I outlined a few conflict of interest. One is the conflict between the managers, fund managers, and the funder. So how the managers use the money and the purpose of funders to fund the microfinance activity. So either the microfinance funder uh, give funding based on the social objective or based on the profit objective. Then the managers have the preference either to ensure the fund is sustainable. So maybe managers try to ensure certain portion of the profits are realized so that it can cover the cost and so on. So second conflict of interest should be between the fund providers, finances, and borrowers among the could be among the privileged community. The third possible conflict of interest is between borrowers and fund users. In Malaysia, for example, the AIM financing, Amanah Ikhtiar Malaysia financing, most of the borrowers are women and wives. So they borrow money. So wives borrow money, but the fund user are not the wives. Their husbands are the fund user. So there's a possibility of conflict of another type of conflict of interest. And maybe the Salman can respond on that. And the Salman also give us various model here. You can see that based on what Qadul Hassan, these all types of this borrower. I'm curious how to ensure that all this model, how can this model reduce agency costs that may arise from the various types of conflict of interest. Okay. And also based on the various improvement of the model, so Dr. Salman mentioned about the non-poor and poor. So I believe that poor people can be divided into two groups. One is a productive poor and unproductive poor people. So those who productive poor can have either the entrepreneurship skill, or some of them don't have entrepreneurship skill, but they have the ability to work. So how this model can cater this type of productive poor? maybe they don't have the ability to be a entrepreneur, but they have the ability to become a good labor of worker. And about the poor and non-poor, yes, they're quite interesting. For the non-poor segments, there are two segments mentioned in the slide. One is the non-poor community with the capital, and second one is no capital. All right. So I think those who with not available invested capital, we can have the situation where this non-poor community could have the human capital, better human capital. All right. The Zaman also give us some of the KYC suggestion at the end. KYC suggestion: know your customer. The KYC is a quite well-known approach used in banks in order to know the customer. So these are the screening client screening form by Dr. Salma. It's quite interesting to have this, and it's applicable, I think. And before that, Dr. Salman showed that the use of fintech. We know that technology is not cheap. So microfinance has lots of costs because it involves the close relationship between the borrowers, managers, and borrowers. These are have the lots of involvement because the funders, fund managers not only giving fund but also they give certain other program, also training program, monitoring program, and so on. It involves cost. Yes, it involves cost. So how the adoption of fintech can reduce the cost? What I expect that the adoption of financial technology can add some more cost to the financial to the Islamic microfinance institution. So how this adoption can reduce the cost could be in the long run and so on. I hope we can hear the response from Dr. Salman. I think that's all. I'm so sorry I cannot be with you, Dr. Salman, during your presentation. I'm so sorry again because I have class. I cannot avoid that this is the second class for this semester. I got many classes, so I cannot. If I postpone it, I don't know where I can replace it. Okay, I think that's all, Dr. Hakimi. Thank you very much. Dr. Hakimi?
Maybe Dr. Hakimi.
Dr. Hakimi, I just finished my...
Masih mute lagi tu.
Maybe Dr. Hakimi is missing.
Continue with the
please,
presentation.
Salman, please continue your presentation.
Please continue, Dr. Salman. So, but I have maybe 10 minutes with you.
Seems that you are in the cave, Dr. Adib.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, we hear you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Thank you to the organizing committee for giving the opportunity to speak in this workshop. And I am also very thankful to my main supervisor in my PhD thesis, Prof. Mohammad Adib Ismail, for very insightful comments, feedback, and also interesting questions which can further enhance the quality of this research, as well as improve how we can develop effective Islamic microfinance models for effective outcomes. I'm also thankful to Prof. Dr. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail for inviting me, Prof. Ulizer, Prof. Muhammad Hakimi Muhammad Shafiai, and also Universitas Islam Sultan Agong University for organizing this conference. I think it's better that I start my presentation, and during the presentation, I would also share some of the comments on the points raised by my Prof. Muhammad Adib Ismail. Uh, uh, Let me share the screen if I can. Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, doctor.
All right, all right. So the topic of my presentation is integrated microfinance models for effective delivery and impactful outcomes. This is going to be the presentation outline. First of all, I will give a brief overview of what are the important and major microfinance structures that are being practiced globally. And then I would also talk about what are the different common challenges that we find in microfinance design and delivery, and then what are the required changes due to these challenges which are required in microfinance design and delivery. And then I would come to Islamic microfinance structures and discuss that how can these structures um, cater to the required changes which are needed in microfinance design and delivery through different cases. Some of the cases are based on real world practice, and some of them are kind of proposed changes in the structures that are being practiced. So I will give some cases and illustration, and then I would discuss that a very important issue which is also raised by Prof. Dr. Muhammad Adib Ismail, that we need to have a structure where we have incentives, where we have effective monitoring, where we are able to deal with the conflict of interest, so that we can effectively target those who are supposed to be targeted, but in a way so that they are also able to achieve socioeconomic mobility. Like it has been discussed in previous presentations, that in microfinance we have had a lot of success in terms of outreach. The outreach has increased, but when we talk about the impact is not quite impressive everywhere. So if that is the case, then we need to have a revisit of the microfinance design and delivery and see how we can do effective targeting, and maybe we can have integrated or hybrid models and how they can achieve effective targeting. We are going to talk about that, and then finally I will also talk about some of the operational details of a hybrid and integrated model. So first of all, when we talk about poor, we need to understand the lifestyle of poor, the way they live, the way they behave, the way they make choices. The 2019 Nobel laureates uh, did a very comprehensive research on how poor make their choices. So first of all, when we talk about microfinance, we need to understand poor and their basic lifestyle as well as their financing needs. So if we are to divide those needs, they can be divided into physiological needs, social life needs, as Prof. Muhammad Adib Ismail also mentioned that some needs also include the religious aspect as well, like the need to go to Hajj and perform Umrah, and likewise Muslims may also require um, uh, financing or funds to make payment for meher at the time of marriage. So these are some of the financing needs which emanate from the religious precepts or religious cultural norms. So there are physiological needs, social life needs, needs which emanate or originate from personal emergencies, disasters, and then there are business needs. Now, most of the time, what we see is that microfinance is limited to microcredit, and microcredit is also catered to the business needs or to the productive needs. Even though when the funds are disbursed, they are utilized for diverse set of needs, but they are usually meant for business needs. But when we talk about the poor have diverse needs. They have need for both setting up the business as well as expanding the business, and they also require funds for different other aspects of their life like physiological, social life needs, and other needs. So it is important that every microfinance structure, if it is successful, if it wants to be successful, then it has to cater to these diverse needs altogether. Because if only one aspect is catered to, then it will still not ensure socioeconomic mobility. So this paper is basically looking at how we can have a structure that can basically cater to these diverse needs in a one window, or in a hybrid or integrated structure. So when we talk about challenges in microfinance delivery, there are many challenges, and some of them have been highlighted by respective presenters previously as well, like high transaction cost relative to the loan size. The loan size in microfinance is very small, whereas the cost of administration or monitoring is quite high relative to the loan size, because most of these monitoring and administrative costs are fixed in nature. So the documentation cost or the monitoring cost is pretty much fixed. Whereas when we talk about the loan size, usually in microfinance, it is quite smaller. So this increases the transaction cost, and which also then reflect in the price of loan. We know that interest rates in microfinance are quite high, and that also becomes a limiting factor in outreach, because we then need to see that who are the people who can afford this high interest rate, and only these people are going to be targeted in microfinance. So this becomes a challenge in microfinance delivery. Another important challenge is that not all clients have entrepreneurial mindset and knowledge to grow businesses. So most of the poor people do not have very high exposure, a diverse exposure. They also lack confidence. They also lack skills to do accounting, to basically do their tasks. They are also not quite aware of how to do banking. Even some of them are not able to use the ATM. So we cannot expect every one of them to be having a entrepreneurial mindset, which requires perseveration, confidence, also the risk taking ability, and also a diverse exposure, good communication skills. So these things might be lacking in a lot of poor people, and then it becomes a problem that how do we finance them? Because if we finance them, and if they are not able to grow themselves through business, then how they are going to be able to pay us back? So this becomes a challenge in microfinance delivery. Loans are used to fund consumption than income generating activities. Even if they are meant to be used for income generating activities, what happens is that most of the time the funds are used not for income generating activities, but for consumption. Like Prof. Dr. Muhammad Adib Ismail has mentioned, that there is a conflict of interest also among the clients. Maybe the one who is the official beneficiary was given the loan for a particular purpose, but his or her partner uses it for a different purpose altogether. So this creates conflict of interest. And then another conflict of interest that comes in is in the outreach vision. Lending to existing borrowers is cost effective, because you have already done a screening for them. They are already your clients. You have a relationship with them, you know them, they know you. So it's quite easy and cheap to lend to the existing borrowers. But then if they reach socioeconomic mobility, they would no longer remain the potential clients for the microfinance. So poverty exit is good for the clients, but not for the microfinance institution. Poverty exit may potentially lead to loss of a existing customer who can be financed cheaply than the new one. So what happens is that microfinance institutions are quite well content to basically keep on providing short-term loans with very frequent repayment, which does not allow the clients to have room for making changes, for doing things differently, for innovating, and for trying to achieve socioeconomic mobility. Socioeconomic mobility is good for the client, but not necessarily for the microfinance institution. So this also creates a conflict of interest. And there are other conflicts of interest which are also highlighted by Prof. Mohammed Adib Ismail. Then another challenge is financial sustainability, on which outreach and scale is also dependent. This is also very important because we can talk about fintech, like Prof. Mohammad Adib Ismail has mentioned that it can be quite good in terms of achieving efficiency, but it has a cost, and you can not really make a case for incurring a lot of cost unless we have a very sizable number of outreach and scale. So technology embeddedness would make sense when there is scale and when there is high outreach, and this is hard to achieve in microfinance. So this is also a challenge, that a lot of good practices might not be adopted because of the uh, challenges in outreach and scaling. Now, if we talk about the common microfinance structures, we have simple structures where there is lending to individual but at a high interest rate. So this R here in the parenthesis in the brackets represent interest rate. So the interest rate charged by a microfinance institution, RMFI, it is less than the interest rate charged by the loan shark, but it is more than the interest rate that is charged by the bank. So because of high interest costs, people are not able to achieve socioeconomic mobility, achieve high savings, and they remain in the debt trap for longer period than is expected or than is desired. Another microfinance structure is to not provide individual lending but provide group lending. Because of high transaction cost, it makes sense to go for group lending, and it also provides a horizontal monitoring. There is one concept which is vertical monitoring, the financier monitoring the borrower. The horizontal monitoring concept is that the borrower among themselves monitor each other. In group lending, each member of the group is basically monitoring the other group member, because if anyone underperforms, if anyone defaults, then the liability is borne by the whole group. So there is horizontal monitoring which reduces the cost of microfinance institution. But again, the problem is that high interest rate and high frequency of repayment does not allow much room to get out of poverty trap or the debt trap. Then there are rotating credit and savings association. These are basically association of people. They pool money and provide peer-to-peer lending on rotation basis. Usually there is no interest cost involved, but the problem is that it's quite small in nature. It's quite local in nature. Only the people who can trust each other, like relatives, like very close friends, like neighbors, they can be part of such initiatives. But it cannot be expected that people would have trust on strangers, or this kind of institution can be really scaled up to achieve high outreach and efficiency. Then there are credit unions, which are owned by and which work for participants to provide limited banking services. So they provide banking services, but only for a particular clientele, which is a part of that credit union as a member. Then they work on non-profit basis. In some jurisdictions, like in developed countries, there are tax exemptions, which also make a case for having such institutions, because they are exempted from some taxes. But again, in developing countries, we do not have much examples of such institutions, uh, because of the problems like mentioned by Prof. Muhammad Adib Ismail, that there is high monitoring cost, there is lack of trust, and there is informality in such organizations, which does not allow for mitigating moral hazard problem, agency conflict in an effective way. Now, if we talk about the required policy and design options, which we can think of after discussion of these previous two slides, some suggest that there should be interest rate caps. Interest rate cap meaning that interest rate should not become higher than a particular cap or a particular ceiling. So interest rate should be fixed at, let's say, about 20% or 25%. But the problem is that if such ceiling on pricing is binding, if the price ceiling is binding in microeconomics, we know that it open ways for the black market. And in microfinance, the black market is the loan sharks. And if we put the clients to loan sharks, then it become even more problematic for them to get out of poverty, to get out of debt. So this is one caveat. Interest rate caps could be very good for the client in one aspect, but they could be very detrimental if, let's say, the size of the population requiring microfinance is quite huge, whereas the actual client base of microfinance institution is quite low, which is the case in most of the developing countries. There are lots of poor people, but are not but not a lot of them are served with microfinance. So what happens is that there is a gap between demand and supply, and then this gap is filled by loan sharks or the informal lenders, money lenders. And if there are interest caps on formal institution, then there will be a case for more proliferation of black markets, which is loan shark in the case of microfinance. Flexible payment options, again, the issue with that is moral hazard. That how do we basically find out that a particular person is really in need of flexible payment option and the other person is not? Because if we are not able to differentiate, and if we provide a blanket way to clients to make flexible payment option, then this could be misutilized as well by the clients who do not actually need flexible payment option, but because of this provision they also benefit from it. So this creates a moral hazard problem, that if you know that there can be flexible payment option, why be very careful and responsible, because you can still ask for rescheduling or flexible payment option. Then another very important issue is client protection and complaint resolution system. So this is the case in microfinance, that there is no regulation as such, and there is no complaint resolution system. So we have seen in India, microfinance clients even commit suicides, and they are not able to repay the loan, and they even take their own lives. So such things happen, and there is no system to register complaint and to see whether things can be worked out in an effective way. So there is no third party monitoring, third party regulation, no government level regulation, and there is not enough client protection. So the client could be provided with loans at unsustainable rates, which is quite harmful for the client, but it keeps on happening. And then our point reaches where the client is not able to repay the loan, and also has the guilty of being late in payment, and sometimes they commit suicide, as has happened in India. Then there is also a need for integrated credit information flow. What happens is that microfinance institutions provide very small amount of loan, so people take whatever they are getting from anywhere, and then they look for getting another loan from another microfinance institution. So if there is no integrated credit information flow, it is quite possible that a person has taken loan from multiple institutions, and there is no central credit information bureau which can provide information as to what is the actual debt burden of that client. So that is also a very important need in microfinance. Utilizing fintech is also very important for effective outreach as well as facilitating swift credit analysis. Now, when we talk about its effect on operations, definitely there is a case for bringing technology for efficiency, but there is also a cost side as well. Like Prof. Muhammad Ali Ismail has mentioned that when we bring technology, there is also an increase in cost, and to be able to uh, uh, fulfill that cost, we need to have high levels of outreach and scaling. That is very important. Unless we have a very large enough size, then it is not quite possible to have a average fixed cost which is at manageable level. So technology involves investment, which is kind of a fixed cost. So if the scale is high, if the number of clients that are being served are high in number, then the average fixed cost could decline, and then the cost could become manageable. So it is very important to also have policies which help in increasing outreach as well as scaling. Then microfinance and social interventions targeting is also very important. So like we have discussed in the first slide, that poor people have diverse needs. It's not just that they require income, they also have other needs as well. So they have health related needs, they have education related needs. So if microfinance is combined with social interventions like vaccination, healthcare, life cycle and nutritional changes, health awareness, different forms of education, not just schooling, but also financial literacy, capacity building workshops and skill building workshop, knowledge sharing, where clients share their success stories as well as the challenges that they have faced within their community, which enhances the skill level and knowledge level of all the clients. All of these things are also very important. Now, when we talk about Islamic microfinance structures and how they can cater to these challenges as well as the required policy response, first of all, we look at what is Islamic microfinance. So there are not-for-profit models and there are for-profit models. For-profit models either go for debt financing or for equity financing. So there are credit-based MFI and there are equity-based MFI, and within that there could be hybrid MFI, which is providing both, let's say, credit as well as equity based MFI. And then there are integrated and hybrid based MFI, which are providing both types of financing as well as social intervention. So hybrid is in the sense of combining both forms of finance, debt and equity, and integrated is basically implying that you have both financial assistance as well as non-financial assistance in the microfinance structure and in the microfinance delivery. Then there are not-for-profit models. Again, there are charity-based MFI providing credit, and then there are charity-based integrated MFI with financial F plus non-financial NF program. So these are some of the, you can say, common structures that we can conceive of in Islamic microfinance. Some of them are already practiced, and some are only conceived or proposed. Like, we do not have many examples of integrated Islamic microfinance in Islamic microfinance, and this paper is basically proposing that we should go for a hybrid and integrated microfinance model, which is going to enable scaling of microfinance and which can also make it possible that technology can be embedded and efficiency can be brought. Now, let us look at some of the structures that are there in practice, and then we are also going to go towards the integrated microfinance model structure. If we talk about Ahuwat, they are serving about 5 million families in Pakistan. They are regarded as one of the largest microfinance institution based in Pakistan. They have a very simple model. Um in microfinance we come across some models which are very very complex, but still they are not quite effective, because we also need to take into account the fact that microfinance clients do not necessarily have very high level of financial literacy and the skills to really evaluate different types of options and their possible outcomes. They cannot do the NPV analysis, they cannot do the discounted cash flow analysis, so we cannot expect them to really benefit from complex features in the model. So simple is better is the approach adopted by some of the microfinance institution, and Ahuwat is one of them. They have a very simple model of Karde Hasan. What happens is that they are getting donations from institutions as well as individuals, and what they do is they provide Karde Hasan to clients, and these clients repay these Kard with a fixed service charge, which is not a function of how much is the size of loan. So let's say service charge of X amount of rupee or ringgit would be charged irrespective of what was the loan size. Usually their standard loan size is about 40,000 rupees, which can serve the um, immediate consumption needs as well as allow them to engage in some income generating activity. So they have this model, and they also ask the clients to become the change agents. So the clients who are able to achieve some sort of socioeconomic mobility then themselves become the donors. So then the system becomes sustainable. When they were only getting individual donation, their scale was not that high, but when they got institutional donations and also when they tapped the crowdfunding outside of crowdfunding potential outside of Pakistan as well, they were able to have much more donations and they were able to increase their size. Now, what about financing startups using Karde Hassan? So can we go little bit better or little bit more formal in financing the startups? This is one model where the educational institutions like university is also involved. We know that in a lot of universities, especially in the business related universities or universities which have business schools, they have their own incubation centers. They have their own entrepreneurial um, centers where they want to basically nurture the startups, and they want to basically increase the entrepreneurial culture. So incubation centers are there in universities, and which are basically having the potential business proposals or potential business ideas which can be functionalized, which can be made into a successful business. So what happens is that these incubation centers can be the conduit to get the donations, and then they would join hands. They would have a JV, joint venture, with microfinance banks or the Islamic banks, and then they would choose the qualified business proposals to provide them with Karde Hassan for setup of the business. This is the phase one of the business, where the business is being just set up. And then if that business is relatively successful, if it reaches break even, if it reaches sustainability, then in the next phase, these businesses would be given accelerated finance option by the Islamic banks. And Islamic banks, when these businesses are able to graduate and they want to scale their operations, they want to accelerate their expansion, then Islamic banks would come into the picture, and they would provide debt-based financing, Islamic debt-based financing using Murabaha, Ijara, diminishing Musharaka. And these mature businesses would then be able to pay the market price of financing or market price of credit in the form of price in Murabaha and rents in Ijara and diminishing Musharaka. And that will be in the phase two. So this is a model where there is financial acceleration, where there is a Karde Hassan based setup financing provided through microfinance banks or microfinance institution, and universities are also engaged to basically come up with the qualified business proposals. Now, this can be structured using Mudaraba as well. So instead of giving Karde Hassan, Mudaraba can also be used where seed capital is provided through microfinance bank. And then there is a exit strategy. So it works like angel investing or venture capital fund in the phase one. The university cash work through microfinance bank is providing seed capital to qualified business proposals with the exit strategy in perspective, that the phase one would last for, let's say, 3 years or 5 years. And then after those years have elapsed, then there will be sale of equity, and the equity purchase would be done by the qualified business proposals, whereby they would become the 100% owner of the business, and then they could enter uh, into separate contracts with Islamic banks to access finance at the market rate, and then they would be able to accelerate by having more variety of financing options. So this is one way to basically finance the startups. Similarly, in place of Mudaraba, Musharaka can also be used, as highlighted by Prof. Muhammad Ali Ismail, that you also need to take into consideration the agency cost, the moral hazard problem, the monitoring cost. So in Mudaraba, what happens is that all of the financial loss is to be borne by Rabul Mal. So instead of Mudaraba, Musharaka is having less of such problem, because there is also some investment of the client as well in Musharaka. So if the qualified business proposals also have some seed capital which is injected by them, then it shows their commitment. It shows that they are really going to try hard to make this business successful, because they also have financial stake in the businesses. Unlike the case in Mudaraba, where every single penny is coming from the other partner's pocket. Now, if we talk about cash work based microfinance model, this is basically catering to the financial needs, but it also takes into account this fact that the clients could be different in terms of their exposure to poverty. There could be poor clients and there could be non-poor clients. Now, what the cash work-based microfinance model does is it basically gets donations from the civil society, from the institutions, from the corporations in the form of zakat, sadqa, and cash work donations, and then it also indigenizes the fund mobilization through the non-poor clients who are being served with credit facilities and who also in turn make savings in a cash work-based microfinance institution. So this is an example of a depository microfinance institution which can also hold or take deposits from non-poor clients. Now the savings would come from the non-poor clients. They would make savings, and the donations would also come in the form of zakat, sadaqah, and waqf, and this will provide funds to the cash work-based microfinance. Now, how these funds are going to be utilized? They are going to be utilized in in a hybrid structure where debt financing could also be provided without any market charge, like Karde Hassan. There is no charge, there is no financing cost, and then they could also be provided. The funds could also be provided in the form of subsidized charge for funds, like providing finance through murabaha, through ijara, through diminishing musharaka, and then the non-poor clients are going to be asked to pay the price in murabaha and the rents and fee in other modes of financing like ijara, diminishing musharaka, and so on. So the non-poor clients who are able to basically achieve socioeconomic mobility and also have the capacity to get financing and to repay the financing taken at a market rate, or at least at a subsidized rate, so they would be provided um, with such financing. But those poor clients who are really looking for consumption needs or for basic assistance, they would be provided by Karde Hassan. And because this cash work based microfinance institution is getting funding not just from um, the stakeholders who are looking for profit motive, they are also getting donations in the form of zakat, sadqa, and waqf. They can utilize some of their funds for Karde Hassan, because not all of their funders are having a profit motive. So this is one model. Now in this model, another lacking, or you can say still a lacking, is that there is no non-financial support, which is also quite important for poor people, because they are not just machines who take funds and do business and earn money. They also have other needs, like we have discussed before. So what if we bring in the non-financial assistance as well? So let me move few slides ahead and show this model, which is basically bringing the non-financial program as well. So the non-financial program comes in the form of subsidized purchases of essential food items and other things through retail stores. So the cash work-based microfinance institution would have joint ventures with such retail stores, and this is quite doable. We know that a lot of banks basically have joint ventures and relationships with the merchants, whereby they provide joint discounts, or only the bank provides discount, or only the merchant provides discount in some cases. And the objective of both is to have increased sales, increased activity, so that their platform and their card or their um, um sales are increasing, and they are able to scale up and have decrease in their fixed cost on average on per unit basis. So all of them are looking for scaling, banks as well as the merchants. So the retail stores and cash work based microfinance institution could enter into a joint venture agreement, whereby they would provide discount to the purchase of particular items by poor clients as well as non-poor clients. Then educational institution can also be involved to provide training and
Dr. Salman,
yes.
due to limitation of time, could you please speed up your presentation, since I can see your slides still, you still have 15 slides to go. So please consider for that one.
Yes, yes. Yes. So I will try to summarize within about 5 minutes. Can I have 5 more minutes?
Go ahead.
All right. All right. So the non-financial assistance is also very important, and non-financial assistance could come in through facilitating the purchase of certain essential items at subsidized cost. Likewise, skill building is also very important. A lot of people do not have any clue of how to do business. They really do not have any exposure to business. They really do not have any exposure to a lot of things that are happening in the society. Some of them are not able to even use ATM, let alone do accounting or financial analysis. So they require training. They require confidence building. They require communication skills. So educational institution could come into to provide this skill enhancement workshops. Now, education institutions are also in a position to provide training because they already have the infrastructure. They also have students who can volunteer. In Pakistan, some of the business schools have this requirement that you need to do a social internship as part of the degree requirement. So you have to do corporate internship, one corporate internship and one social internship, which is a necessary part of the degree requirement. So some students work in hospitals, some work with AHUA, some work with other microfinance institution or education institution or health institution. So the base for volunteering can also come from educational institution, and the cash work based microfinance institution could have joint venture with education institute, whereby the social internship would be provided by these institutions, educational institution, and there will be a sizable base of volunteers to basically provide volunteering. And this has to be effectively scheduled. This has to be effectively done within, let's say, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, so that there is no huge cost of migration. There is no huge cost of leaving your basic occupation or leaving your basic responsibilities to do this task. So this can be done on weekends, this can be done on evenings, and there are schools which basically provide such flexible scheduling. Then it is also important that health related awareness and health insurance is also provided. So a joint venture with Takaful and also with hospitals can also provide poor clients with health facilities, micro Takaful, as well as subsidized services from hospitals. So all of this together can provide financial as well as non-financial assistance. Now, my last point, which is also very important, is that how do we differentiate between poor and non-poor clients? Like Prof. Dr. Muhammad Adib Ismail has also mentioned that it is also important that we are able to have effective monitoring to avoid the agency cost and the moral hazard. What if non-poor clients are also availing what is meant for poor clients? So that is one problem. How do we differentiate in the delivery between the two different types of clients that we have? So in the poverty groups, there can be conceptually we can think of poverty groups into four categories. There are ultra poor who do not have anything to invest and do not also have any income generating activity. They are unemployed as well as poor, and they do not have any capital. Then there are moderate poor who have an income generating activity, but still they are not able to reach the level of income which classifies them as non-poor. Then there are non-poor people who have an income generating activity, but they do not have any capital. And then there are non-poor people who have an income generating activity, which makes them non-poor, and they also have some capital to invest. So what is important is that the Islamic microfinance instruments, like the social finance instruments of Zakat, Waqf, Baitul Mal, and the Islamic commercial finance instruments of Murabaha, Salam, and then the equity financing modes like Musharaka and Mudaraba, are needed to be structured in a way, and their eligibility requirement needs to be developed in a way so that the ultra poor gets priority access to Islamic social finance, and the non poor with investable capital get incentives to basically go for Islamic debt based modes of finance and not go for zakat waqf. So how to basically ensure that it is ensured through priority access, and this priority access can be operationalized through maybe um, pricing, the price differential, price discrimination, as is practiced in different product segments. So there are subsidized products for poor clients, and the non-poor clients are asked to pay the full price. So in these 4 slides, I have basically talked about the perspective of both the ultra poor, moderate poor, non-poor people with income source, and non-poor people with investable capital. The idea which is summarized in this slide is that we need to have a system where there is priority access to Islamic social finance provided to the ultra poor and moderate poor, and the non-poor with investable capital should be incentivized in such a way that they go for Islamic debt-based mode of financing, or they go for equity financing. Like, let me give one example. The non-poor with investable capital would have a first priority in profit sharing ratio, which is PSR. So they would have the highest profit sharing ratio in Mudaraba if they enter as an investor. So they would have a incentive that if they have investable capital, they could enter into a Mudaraba, and their profit sharing ratio would be higher than all the others. Whereas ultra poor, they would enter into the Mudaraba as Mudarib in the micro enterprise, and their profit sharing ratio would be lower than for the non-poor people with investable capital. So likewise, in Islamic debt-based mode of financing, the client screening form, which is going to look at the assets and the value of those assets, and also the kind of dwelling the client has, and also meeting with their neighbors and relatives, cross-checking their details. This will also enable to basically do the KYC exercise and ensure that the subsidized services or the targeted services go to the people for whom they are meant. So maybe in the Q&A, I will be able to explain it more if this discussion point comes in. So because of the shortage of time, I think I limit myself here, and I will give the slides to I have already given the slides to the organizing committee. So if any of the participants also want to have a look, you can also look at the complete slides. All right. Terima kasih. Thank you very much for giving me time. And I hope the discussion was useful in a way that it may have given you a chance to see how Islamic microfinance can be operationalized and structured in a way so that it overcomes the challenges which are being faced by microfinance institutions globally.
Okay, Dr. Salman, thank you for your very, since you are talking about integrated microfinance. Dr. Salman?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So, and I believe, yeah, we already got or received the comments from Dr. Adib for the comment, and perhaps if there are any questions to you, maybe we can use the chat box and you can respond there. And thank you for your presentation. Now we move to the last speaker for the first session today, this morning, Dr. Rahana Abdul Rahman from Amanah Ikhtiar, Malaysia, with the title of presentation, Digitalizing Micro Entrepreneur in Sabah, Theory of Internet Consumption. So please, Madam Rahana or Dr. Rahana, you are here?
Dr. Hakimi.
Yeah.
Dr. Rahana want to postpone tomorrow.
Oh, want to postpone? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you. All right. So we are done with the presentation for this morning. So now back to the organizer. Thank you very much for the Professor Abdul Ghaffar, Dr. Hajarus, and Dr. Salman for their presentation. Big applause to them, and back to the organizing committee for the next announcement. Thank you very much to the speakers and also the discussion and also the audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello.
Hello.
So, okay. All right. Back to the organizer.
Okay. All right. Okay, welcome. Thank you.
Inshallah. 1 o'clock, eh?
Inshallah.
Yes, Pak Widi, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 1 o'clock, Prof.
Club Prof.
Where is Dr. Yuliza?
Nak pergi bil
Hah?
ini, betul?
Hah?
Prof,
Lagi mana?
pergi masjid dulu.
Oh, okay. Oh, ya. Oh, kami belum lagi. Ada 50 minit lagi.
30 menit lagi.
Kami 50 menit lagi.
Uh,
InsyaAllah, insyaAllah. Jumpa lagi.
Inshallah, Prof.
Ya. Where is Dr. Hamzah?
Can you, Dr. Salman,
Dr. Hamzah Haram?
presentation?
Waduh, Pak Widianto nih.
Gimana, Dr. Yulizar?
Ini kebere. Api,
In Bogor and Gontor?
no, in Bogor.
Bogor.
Oh, not in Gontor, eh? In Bogor.
No, belum lagi, Prof.
When?
Lepas inilah, lepas raya.
Ah, okay, okay.
Ah.
Because Dr. Umam is the deputy director, right?
Yeah, no. He's oh yeah. No, he's the director.
Director.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Jajang is around, right?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Dr. Jajang.
Dr. Umam jadi Vice Rector ya?
Ya, Vice Rector, Deputy Director. Alhamdulillah.
The Dina is what? Dr. Hutama, what? Dr. Hutamo.
I'm just a supporter, Prof.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, always the supporter, right?
Pendukung.
fully support.
Yes.
Yeah, please support, yeah. Inshallah.
Because the same alumni or
I'm trying to have ini Prof, apa nih social intermediary role.
Where? In your institution?
Between Gontor and FSA, between Gontor and Central Bank of Indonesia.
See. Good. Sometimes it's good to be a postman, right? So you know the both side. Inshallah. Wahida Zainab is around, huh? Where is Wahida? Wahida still around?
Wajda?
Widi?
Yeah, they
Wahida?
has come. I see this.
Cristianto?
Then
Cristianto is here.
Huh.
Wah, subhanallah. Ini termasuk juga ini Prof, social intermediary between Gontor and Pak Prisdianto.
Oh, really? Where is Pak Presidato? Where? I saw his name here. His name
Yeah,
here.
he's there, he's there. Pak Prisdianto, apa kabar?
Nama dia ada.
Namanya ada, Prof.
Ya.
Tak nampak.
Tak nampak.
Yeah, Nur Yasin, this is Nur Yasin from Malang, right? From Nur Yasin. Yeah. So see you inshallah. 2 o'clock. I will leave this room. Yeah. See you inshallah.
Ya, Prof.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Aduh. Kuat. Kami kuat. Keren. Apa-apa dikit. Si cacut. Lakacut. Pilinggut. Lakajut. Si jujut. Lakicut.
Bapak kotor nggak?
Kotor lah.
Iya, tapi
Ya kotor.
kaki Bapak.
Ya kotor.
Kotor nggak?
Pilinggut, lakajut. Pilinggut,
Bapak tuh
lakajut.
bukan silang lagasut.
Ya kotor itu sayang.
Bapak makan itu.
Pilinggut ya.
Bapak bukan pilinggut.
Apa?
Bapak tuh wafa.
Oh, papa pilinggut. Kotor sini.
Bapak tuh bukan piling.
Despite these things, grabe unsur Yeah, then. Assalamualaikum. Solio Hamzan. Solio. Do you hear me? Unmute your laptop or
Can you hear me?
yeah. I hear you right now.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you are from Nigeria, right?
Exactly. I'm from Nigeria.
Okay. So what time is it in your country?
You said?
What time right now in your country?
It is 7 minutes to 7 a.m. local time.
Okay.
Yeah. Is the workshop on break?
Yeah, still break. We will start at 1 p.m. in Indonesia time.
Okay. What is the paper to be taken at that time?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paper for this
Okay.
session, but I see in this schedule you will be present your paper tomorrow, I think.
No, I'm discussing the 8th paper, the paper 8. I'm to discuss it today.
Oh, you will discuss it.
Inshallah.
Discuss it. Yeah. Paper 8. So
Yes, exactly. Inshallah.
in this session will be a discussion for paper 8. Okay, good. Inshallah.
Okay. Are you one of the hosts, please? Can I meet you?
No, I'm just inviting discussion for this session chair.
Okay, you are just one of the invitees.
Yes.
Okay. You are from what country?
Indonesia.
Okay, I see. It's richly a Muslim country.
Yeah,
Indonesia.
we are the biggest Muslim population in the world.
In the world, exactly,
Yes.
exactly. So when the break session is over, the workshop will start with paper 6. Is that?
Afternoon,
Yes.
Prof. Jilal.
Ya. Waalaikumsalam, Pak Dr. Widianto.
Yeah.
Is this my session?
Yes, listen, but first,
Yeah, we will start.
Assalamualaikum, brother Dr. Soliu.
Yes, Assalamualaikum.
Dr. Seriu, Mr. Widianto is the host.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum. It's nice. Okay. You are part of, what is the name, please? I didn't see. Okay. You have
Me?
Muhammad Zila Hamza.
I'm in Jakarta, capital city of Indonesia.
You said?
Jakarta.
Okay.
Jakarta, capital city of Indonesia.
I'm in Central
Okay.
Java in the Dr. Soliu.
Okay. Wadihantu, Dr. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. When is the session resuming? In 30 minutes time?
Around 5 minutes more.
Okay. Okay.
But
I have a class. I have a class in 2 hours time.
It is possible to you to be discussion, no problem.
Yeah, I will be. I don't know when my session will come up, but in the next 2 hours I will be having class with my students. I don't know how I would.
Okay, if in the next 2 hours there is no presenter for the for example paper 5, we can move into the paper 6, 7, or 8. And I see in this room there is no only I see Zainab Zohari, Dr. Zainab Zohari. I didn't see Khalid, Ahmed, Aliyu, and also Jajang at all.
Oh,
Yeah.
for now, I think I saw one of the co-authors of Jajang.
Yeah, we will see soon.
I saw Norasia.
Asnurasia.
Earlier, yes, earlier, some 2 hours ago, an hour ago, I saw Norasia, but she's one of the co-authors of the paper to discuss.
Okay.
I don't know if they are still, maybe they went on break and to come back later.
She is not joining again.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I would be at alert when it will be my paper, when the paper I'm to discuss will be presented. I just want to be careful not to clash with my lectures that is to come by 9 in 2 hours time, local time.
Yeah. We will check it. We will mention you. We hope Asnurasia become the second if there is no Khalid and also Aliu.
Okay.
Okay, Pak Widi, we can start now.
Yeah, can start. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please tell me, Dr. Widi, if I can start this session.
Okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, the good committee. For this session, as usual, this is the session B in this afternoon. We have four papers to be present at this session. The presenter is the first one, Khalid Ahmed. The second one, Aliu Dahiru Muhammad. The third one, Zainab Zohari and friends. Paper for the fourth one is Jajang and his co-authors. So for all the presenter, we have 40 minutes session for each of you. So I will divide 40 minute session for around 15 until 20 minutes for your presentation, and that's one for our discussion, a special discussion for your paper discussion, and then the rest time for other Q&A. So to proceed our session, I will call Khalid Ahmed from Islamic Development Bank. The paper title is Economic Empowerment and Innovative ISDB Approach to Improve the Microfinance Impact in Poverty Alleviation. Is there Khalid Ahmed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Where is you, Khalid Ahmed?
This is me.
Yeah. Okay. Time is your Dr. Khalid Ahmed. But first of all, please mention who you are for a little bit, and then you make your presentation. Time is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Khalid Usman Mahjoub Ahmed. I'm an economic empowerment specialist from the Islamic Development Bank. I had a master's degree in development studies and development economics from London School of Economics. I'm currently working at the Islamic Development Bank in the Economic Empowerment Department. This is, in a nutshell, a short introduction. And yes, should I proceed with the presentation, or what do you suggest, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, where you come from, Khalid?
Yeah, I'm from Sudan. Yes, I'm from Sudan. Yes.
Okay. So please share your presentation.
Thank you. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, right. Clear.
I'm trying to, yes. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله الأمين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. This presentation is based on a paper that prepared by Brother Hassan Sagaf and by myself. It's about the economic empowerment approach, which is basically an approach that developed by the Islamic Development Bank as a cumulative effort in its intervention in the microfinance sector. Before I start, I would like to give a short introduction on what is the Islamic Development Bank. Islamic Development Bank is a multilateral development bank that is established in 1975, and its member country basically is all the member Muslim countries in the OIC organization. We had 57 member countries spread around the whole world, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, and Latin America. Basically, the main intervention that ISDB provide to its member country is regarding the different development aspects in infrastructure, energy, education, health, urban planning, science and technology, industrial intervention, all types of intervention. This is just in a nutshell what is the Islamic Development Bank. And people who are interested more to understand what we are doing, they can go and look at our website. In this presentation, I will try to give a small introduction to what we call an economic empowerment approach. This is basically an approach that developed inside the ISDB through as a cumulative and effort from its intervention in the microfinance sector. Before I start, I would like to give, since the focus is on the poverty reduction, just to give the audience the context of the OIC member country of the Muslim countries regarding the poverty. 15 of our member countries have poverty rates above 30%. 41% of the people at working age are inactive or not engaging in activity in the labor market. 16% is the youth employment rates in OIC. This is the average. In some of our member countries, the youth unemployment might reach 80% of the youth population. We have 53% as the working poverty rate, not to mention the fragility issue, and the peace and the challenges in OIC member countries. So basically, our member country really need an innovative intervention regarding tackling the poverty alleviation issues and challenges that our member countries are facing. When we talk about member poverty alleviation, one of the first tools that came to your mind is actually the conventional microfinance. And the theory of the conventional microfinance is pretty clear. You promote financial inclusion, you encourage poor people to open banks account and have access to financial service. Those poor people will use the bank accounts to access credit for economic activities. Credits will help those poor people to earn more income and to escape the poverty trap. This is basically the theory of change of the conventional microfinance. Unfortunately, this theory wasn't materialized, and actually it faced a lot of challenges. People specialized in microfinance might be familiar with the JPAL study, comprehensive study that estimated 77 studies conducted on microfinance to try to make sense of all these data and try to come up using RCT methodology and try to come up with a conclusion regarding the impact of the microfinance in the poverty alleviation area. Basically, this is some of the results from these studies. There's a little evidence that microfinance had substantial effort on women economic empowerment or investment in children's schooling, but it didn't have a widespread harmful effect either. I don't want to get into this kind of a debate because I know there's a lot of debate regarding the impact of the microfinance in developing countries, but at least if we try to make sense of the JPAL analysis, basically they said the limited impact of the traditional microcredit on income and long-term consumption could be the reason for this moderate impact could be one of these four things. Basically, the lack of the soft skills and capacity building at the end beneficiary. The microloans are not used for investment purpose, but for consumption purpose. And also, not all the poorers have access to investment opportunities. Basically, they just get the money and go for a small kind of a business that is not sustained, that it doesn't have potential to grow and to make a lot of profit and to scale up. So basically, they don't know where to use that money for. This is just a summary from this study, just to give a background of the ISTP economic empowerment intervention. The theory of change of the economic empowerment methodology is based basically on two main pillars. The first pillar is the use of the Islamic finance and as an instrument for financing the microfinance and the SMEs. The second pillar is to have a comprehensive vision on how to economically include the poor people in the mainstream economy, and not to limit the intervention on the financial inclusion. This is basically the main two pillars of the economic empowerment approach, and we will have a short clarification for each of these pillars. Regarding the first pillar, using the Islamic finance tool for financing the SMEs and microfinance institutions, we are not talking about generally our theory of change, basically based on the idea of the Islamic finance as a price bargaining tool for the poor. Since we are not our conception of financing the microfinance or how the microfinance and financial institution should work, we are not considering or focusing on individual financing. Basically, we are focusing on growth financing, because this nature of global financing will enable the microfinance institute or the financial institute to bargain the prices with the input provider. If you only give a loan for individuals, you cannot bargain with the suppliers to discount or to give you a discount price. But if you are financing a group of people, let's say for example 200, 100 in a specific project in agriculture or in manufacturing, you as a financee for these beneficiaries, you can play a coordinating role to bargain the price for the inputs from the suppliers for this industry. For example, you can go to the fertilizer provider and say, I'm financing these 300 or 200 farmers, and therefore I would like to ask for a discount rate, basically 20%, 15%, 25%, something like this. So this dynamic of the microfinance institute or the financial institute playing a role of a cooperative leader or a union leader in bargaining the price with the supplier is actually had a direct impact on the cost of financing for the end beneficiary. This is first. The second, as we know, Islamic finance is an asset-based mode of financing. So even if you use an instrument like murabaha, which actually doesn't really participate hugely in the risk sharing, but even in the murabaha, you can eliminate the issue of the beneficiary using the loan for consumption purposes, because the microfinance, principally the microfinance or the financial institution will be buying the asset on behalf of the poor, and then it will sell it to the poor later. So the problem with that we mentioned, and that was captured in the JBAL study, that some of the beneficiaries go and use the loans for consumption purposes. We using the Islamic finance that based on that is asset-based mode of financing. You can eliminate this shortcomings of the conventional microfinance business model. And the second thing is what I mentioned about focusing on a growth of growth financing that will enable the microfinance institute and the financial institute to play a role of to bargain the prices with the supplier. This is the first pillar of what we call economic empowerment approach. The second pillar is actually to focus not only on a financial inclusion, but also mainly on economic inclusion, because since we consider that the issue of poverty is a multifaceted an issue of has a lot of inputs, a lot of factors that is actually affecting the poor. We rely on 7 fundamentals. Basically, we consider the poor not as a burden, but as a partner. We actually targeted the poor who had a great capabilities, and we believe those capabilities could be explored and developed. We change the mindset of the poor. We try to change the mindset of the poor by providing business opportunities. We shift the focus from relief assistance to market-based support. We consider the poor as an economic actor, as I mentioned. We try to have to focus on employment and job creation. This is the fundamentals, but actually how these fundamentals will translated in inputs, this is as you can see, we actually, these some fundamentals could be translated into 6 interventions. The first intervention is actually we provide the poor with profitable project opportunities. So before we provide loans or line of finance, we do a feasibility study to identify the most suitable project, profitable project opportunities. Then we also rely on our social capital and connections to create an intelligent partnership for those poor. And also because we are relying on a group financing, not individual financing, this will enable us to use that the line of finance not only for the working capital, but also to buy a huge asset like affordable infrastructure like storage facilities and other supply chain infrastructure. Then we provide the loan to the poor people, to the beneficiaries, and also after we provide the loan, we help those poor poor people, and as economic actor, we build their capacities, and we have a regular capacity building programs. And the last intervention is we design the project in a way that will remove the obstacles to access to market. We will try to solve the issue of the middleman and connect the beneficiaries immediately with the markets so they will get the best price for their products. This is generally what you can find in, and what we mean by economic inclusion. So you clearly can see there is a paradigm shift from the financial inclusion, which basically focus on financial services, insurance, saving accounts, financial education, loan for basic needs, to have a more comprehensive approach to to achieve the economic inclusion by considering the poor as an economic actor, as a partner, by providing investment opportunities, supportive infrastructure, appropriate funding, smart partnership, building the capacity along the way, along the project, and finally provide access to relevant markets for those end beneficiaries. This is basically not like, this is not a new approach for ISDB, but it's also not the old approach. ISDB since early 2000s, we have been engaging in different microfinance projects. I would say we based on these 18 or 19 years of experience, we develop a lesson learned about the shortcomings of a traditional Islamic microfinance, and we try to enhance the model by developing and by adopting what we call the economic empowerment with its interventions that I already mentioned. This is not a theoretical model. This is actually a model that implemented in several member countries, and it had a track record and successful intervention. We have a track record in providing business loan, capacity building, and linking with the markets in Palestine. Actually, this slide gives you, the main message of this slide is to tell you that economic empowerment it has a different business model. It based on the challenge that we face, based on the reality, the model can adapt. Can be adaptive to focus on a specific business model and to achieve basically the end goal of this approach, which basically to include the poor people in the mainstream economy, and to help them, as I said, not to help them to enter the financial sector, but actually to help them to escape poverty and by economic inclusion. These are, for example, these you can see 4 different business models. In Palestine, we provide business partners a loan, like this is the regular traditional microfinance, but we link that with the capacity building and access to markets. In Sudan, we conducting a venture capital investment through diminishing musharaka. This is in Wad al-Balal and Abu Halima. In Tunisia, we partner with the lead firm. Basically, this is to sustain the demand from the market to the poor, and this will be like a direct demand. We created a partnership between the small farmers and Delice Holding company, which is like one of the biggest company in Tunisia in dairy industry, to have a sustainable demand from the market to those people, poor people, and on the other side, this demand will be based on specific quality certification. So the poor people will not only have a good price for the product, but they will also develop their products by delivering products that up to the standards. And in Egypt, we develop an incubator model with a partnership with an NGO. This is in the paper. You will find a full detail of how we did all this business model. This is the
2
impact
minutes,
for each. Yes, Mr. Chairman. So this is the impact from Palestine. This is the impact from Sudan. This is the impact from Tunisia. This is the impact from Ard Al Khair, the incubator business model. And yes, that's it. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Systematic, interesting, and effective time for your presentation, Mr. Khalid. Thank you very much. So we invite Dr. Hajjah Ros Abdullah to be discuss this paper. Please, Hajjah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The presenter is Brother Khalid Ahmad, yeah?
Yes.
Because the paper, the author's name is different. Am I receiving? I think the right paper. Okay, I try to give some comment. Actually, I received the paper this morning while I have a paper presentation. So, but inshallah, with limited time in reading through the paper, maybe we can pay some attention on few points. Yeah. The paper discussing started with the different or comparing the conventional financing and the Islamic financing. So it is an interesting discussion on the advantages of Islamic approach in comparison to conventional financial approach, and the example given is murabaha. The murabaha here highlighted as asset-based debt, and due to that, it is can avoid some of the disadvantages or some problems in microfinance, where the clients may use the money, the finance to buy something else, to consume it for different things, different from what they apply for. So and also the author also discuss about assessment or the how to evaluate the evaluations of microfinance project, when to see the what improvement can be gained by the clients of microfinance. For this two first issue, beside seeing the advantage or the what is good behind the murabaha, which encourage asset-based debt, I would like to highlight some practice by the clients. They can, in some cases, they have negotiate with the suppliers. Okay? The institution, the financial institutions can finance them and can pay direct to the suppliers, and the suppliers will supply the equipment or whatever type of assets to the clients. But later on, the clients can, due to their earlier negotiation with the suppliers, can return the assets and get money. Actually, what they want is money. So they sort of like having by al-inah between the supplier and clients. So it's ending up with the microfinance institutions or the financial institutions actually trying to offer a Sharia compliance contract or products, but these people is taking advantage of the maybe weakness in between of in the process of doing the transactions. So that is one thing. Maybe close monitoring and maybe regular checking can overcome the problems. And then in terms of evaluating the success of the or the improvements of the clients of microfinance, in the paper is suggesting to look at the increase, instead of increase of income, it is also looking at the changes in household assets, and also the improvement in welfare of the family members, such as going to children going to school and etc. I would like to suggest the main is what normally done. The repayment aspect is the one of the major things to be evaluated in evaluating the successful of the microfinance. And after that, and then in terms of the ability of microfinance institutions to offer better cost or better price to the clients because they are buying in bulk or regular as a regular buyer to the suppliers. That is good points highlighted here in the paper. And again, if we have to make sure that the clients really benefit the scheme or the way the financing process and being monitored, not only at the beginning of the transactions but along but after, after and regular monitoring or checking by the IMF or Islamic microfinance institutions. Regarding the economic inclusion, few case studies has been included and discussed. I think case studies in Palestine, Egypt, and Sudan. There are few there that I think can be for future study. The evaluating. This is suggestions for future studies, or can be add in the paper, but the paper is already quite long, 26 pages. The evaluating the economic inclusion case studies maybe help us to see the clearer and to see to examine the how the process of economic inclusion highlighted in this study. And in doing so, I think it is good to include the issues of economic scale by these small producers and cost of production. And the most important also in quality control or quality assurance in their productions. I think that's what I can share. I'm sorry very much because due to limited time, receiving the paper, that's what I can share for now. So I return the session back to the chairperson. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Rose. So there is some comment and also some suggestion for the next studies for this paper. But however, discussion already evaluate this paper through the limited time that a committee give to Dr. Rose to read this paper. Okay, I think there is maybe answering or depend or something from presenter. Please, Mr. Khalid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the sister for her very constructive comments on the paper. We will. I already took note of all what she mentioned, and we will consider all this enhancement in our upgraded and updated version of the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brothers. So we have 4 minutes still. Is there any question from floor? Please raise your hand.
Excuse me, Prof. From Kartiko.
Oh, Dr. Kartiko, please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Azila. Thank you, Brother Khalid. I think to comment about the paper, but your mention in your slide is about the microfinance issue. Almost say about the financial inclusive issue. So, what do you think about the IDB role to encourage Islamic microfinance, especially beyond to financial inclusion? Because I look that in implementation Islamic microfinance in Indonesia now that really in financial inclusion, because we serve to the poor level and people. So if all issue about the development of microfinance only to get the financial inclusion, I think it's like to support the banking to wider catch the market, especially in the micro market. What do you think about the my comment is, Mr. Brother Khalid? Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Another question from Prof. Gava before answering the Kartiko, please, Prof. Gava.
Thank you, Prof. Jilal. Brother Khalid, I think I learned a lot from you on this new concept that you want to introduce when you have this assistance program in the member countries. You mentioned about the economic inclusion rather than the financial inclusion. So probably maybe you can explain further on that this new term for me, the economic inclusion. So what are the parameters that you are looking for in assisting the member countries when you have this when you have the microfinance or you introduce the microfinance in the member countries?
Okay, there is two question for you, Mr. Khalid, from Kartiko and also from Prof. Gava.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start by answering the question of Brother Abdul Ghaffar. Since if I answer that question, I think I would address part of the first question of Kartiko. Basically, what we are trying to, what we mean by Brother Abdul Ghaffar by economic inclusion, and the process triggered by, for example, if we want to have an economic empowerment intervention in a specific sector in a specific member country, the first thing we do is we do a poverty analysis in depth for the sector. By this approach, we will first try to identify the pocket of poverty and the driver of the poverty for the workers in this sector. This is first. Second, we will try to analyze the set of the capabilities and the skills for those poor people. Based on these two elements, we will try to identify the investment opportunities and the feasibility study for some of the projects that could be financed by the SME and the financial institution. Usually, since this is a very costing approach, preparing the study, doing a mapping for the poverty and analysis, then also finance the ongoing capacity building. Most of the microfinance institutions and economic institutions and financial institutions cannot afford the cost of these elements, although they are very crucial if we are talking about the poverty alleviation. So what happened for IDB intervention? If we are talking about a program, not a fund, we devoted a technical assistant part of the line of financing that we are providing, and most probably it will be a grant. We will allocate that money
to this to these two factors, then we will work closely with the financial institution to then to identify the beneficiaries, and then to group them, to provide finance for them to play a role of to bargain the prices with the with supplier. And and regarding the access to market, we will identify the most suitable access to market tool in the study that we undertake in the beginning of the project. Some of the project, especially in the agriculture sector, the access to market, the most effective tool to provide access to market for those beneficiaries is to go with the salam financing. And in some sectors, because there might be difficulties in implementing the salam, we will go with the partnership with the lead company. So we in the study, again, in the study that we analyze, that we undertake in the beginning of the project, for example, we identify some of the value chain leaders, okay, like the biggest company in the sector, that they can provide a sustainable and a huge demand for the products that will be provided by the end beneficiary. Then we create a partnership with them to provide them with these products, and then ensure the quality. So it's win-win situation for the end beneficiaries. They will have a regular and sustainable demand for their products, and therefore they can increase the scale of their production. They can increase generally the scale of the work. But also the most important thing is they will develop their skills and their capacity in especially in developing a high standard a product that meet the country standards. This is what we are. This is actually what we are doing to make sure the poor is not only getting the line of finance, but to address the issue of the economic inclusion. So as you can see, there's a multi factor here. We analyze the sector, we analyze the value chain, we try to identify the investment opportunities, and the most suitable building capacity programs. This is what we are doing. What we are doing. What we plan to do is we want to. Recently, we are trying to rely on artificial intelligence and data analysis to do all these kind of analysis, especially for analyzing the data from the beneficiaries regarding the inputs, the outputs, the market. It's but this is we cannot do this unless we develop a core banking system that the microfinance institution can use to collect the data from the beneficiaries, to analyze the data. This fintech solution will help us not only to provide to have a data on the sector and the beneficiary, but also to manage the performance of our partner microfinance institution and financial institutions, and to help us to see the what is the issues that these microfinance institution or financial institution need us to help them to develop. Yes, so this is what we are trying to do recently in terms of institutionalizing the economic inclusion aspect by using fintech. I believe I also answer by this very long answer. I think I answered the first question. Thank you.
Okay, I think due to the limitation of our time, because there is also one more question from Prof. Gava in chat room. So, Mr. Khalid, you can see the chat room and then make the question directly to Dr. Gava. Okay, due to the time, thank you very much again for Dr. Khalid Ahmed. Give him applause, and then we move to a second presenter. Thank you, Mr. Khalid. So for the second presenter is Dr. Aliyu Dahiru Muhammad from Nigeria. Title of his paper is Islamic Social Finance in Nigeria, Prospect and Obstacles During and Post-COVID-19. For Dr. Aliyu Dahiru Muhammad, time is yours.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity, and also thank you to the organizers, especially Prof. Agafar. Let me go straight to, can I share my screen, my slide, please? All right. Just want to look at. Excuse me. All right. Can you see my screen, please?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah. Continue.
All right. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin Sayyidina Maulana Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. The title of my paper is on Islamic social finance in Nigeria, prospects and obstacles during and post-COVID-19. Let me briefly read the abstract in case of time challenge. This abstract tries to summarize what I have done in the paper. The Islamic social finance is recognized as a veritable instrument to overcome the socio-economic challenges faced by Muslims, especially in the middle and low-income countries like Nigeria. Historically, zakat, waqf, and sadaqah play a crucial role in sustaining the life of Muslims. While zakat is compulsory annual payment from the rich Muslims to the poor, waqf and sadaqah are observed throughout the year as voluntary giving without limit, either to the amount or the type of the beneficiaries. The objective of this paper, therefore, is to explore the role of Islamic social finance during and post-COVID-19 in Nigeria. However, the paper is conceptual, which relies on the existing literature and reports that is in existence. However, it proposes worker-based microfinance model as an instrument to fight poverty in post-COVID-19. To do so, we have outlined the outline of the presentation as follows: introduction, impact of COVID-19 on the economy, Islamic finance and COVID-19. Then we go to Islamic social finance, the role of Islamic social finance in the country, then the prospect of the model we put forward to use, then the obstacles and ways forward, then conclusion. Now, Islamic finance and Islamic banking and finance records double digit, as we all know, in the last 2 decades. Also, the industry controls the total asset to the tune of 2.73 trillion in 2019. This is the recent report by Global Islamic Finance Report. The sector is recognized as more resilient, more stable compared to its conventional counterpart. These features of stability, resilience, and many others, coupled with rapid development, attracted many Muslim countries and non-Muslims alike to enable the application of Islamic finance in their jurisdiction. The pioneer writers on Islamic economics and finance actually have made some pledges that application of Islamic finance will lead to breaking the vicious cycle of poverty, inequality in Muslim countries. That is especially after the independence of Muslim countries. Due to high level of poverty, high level of inequality, Muslim economists, made write-ups that applying Islamic economics principles will lead to breaking these vicious cycles of poverty and inequality. However, a few decades later, the industry by and large focuses on commercial aspects, though it's legitimate, but lagging behind in achieving what you could say the objective of Sharia, fighting poverty and inequality. This is like an assessment to the journey so far with regard to Islamic finance in general, so that we can situate the Islamic social finance where it belongs. The recent report again asserted that Islamic social finance remains at best in its infancy despite Islamic banking having attained a track record of about 50 years. This should be a matter of great concern for the industry leadership, as Islamic banking and finance has always maintained its superiority in terms of its commitment to social responsibility. As we all know, that Islamic finance emphasizes about the social responsibility and what have you. So then it means that it should be in the forefront of providing support to the society. And based on this background, the paper aims to assess the role of Islamic social finance in Nigeria during the COVID-19 and the post-COVID-19, of course. With regard to the impact of COVID-19 on the economy, the country has reported its first case in March, just a year ago, with a visit by an Italian man to the country. Since then, the cases continue to increase while ravaging the economy by the pandemic. And Nigeria, just like any other countries, and most of the countries are not spared, it suffered from the unprepared heat of the COVID-19. Nigeria is a country of over 200 million populations, with a little bit more of Muslims, right, with a GDP of $448.10 billion in 2019. An estimate shows that during the lockdown period, the GDP suffered a 34% loss due to the COVID-19, or an amount that equivalent to 16 billion US dollars. This is a huge amount, and this is just during the period under review. The agriculture, which is actually the main source of livelihood of lost about 13% of GDP, which is almost $1.2 billion. And during the same period, the household losses stood at 33% of their income, with the heaviest loss occurring for rural non-farm and for urban household. So this is the most affected during the period. In fact, this resulted to additional 27 million people to fall below poverty line in the country. If you look at the figure here, it summarizes the cases in Nigeria with regard to COVID-19. The total confirmed cases stood at 100 as at 27th March, just 2 days ago, 3 days. They discharged 150, and the deaths about 2,041. This is from the NCDC of Nigeria. With regard to Islamic finance in Nigeria and its effect on COVID-19, we look at it first globally. The size of global industry, as we mentioned earlier, was $1.7 trillion as at the end of 2019, which is representing more than 2.6 times since 2010. Because at 2010, the estimate was $1 trillion. And then there were additional estimates to reach $3 trillion by 2020, but it stood at $2.7 trillion. However, the 73% of the global Islamic finance asset was dominated by Islamic banking segment, with Islamic capital market controlling 21%, Takaful 2%. And if you look at the figure, again, you see the microfinance, Islamic microfinance is controlling only 1%, the amount equivalent to 30 billion US dollars. Nigeria also is ranked 21st among the country, the new index, Islamic Finance Country Index, moving first place is higher compared to the preceding year, which was affected by other factors, including the sharp decline on oil revenues. The country, the sector, the economy in general, and of course Islamic finance in particular, is affected by the sharp decline on oil revenues because Nigeria hugely relies on oil revenue. The reductions in remittances, as we all know that due to lack of traveling and economic activities in many countries, there was a decline in remittances, and the restrictions of movements and the effect on businesses and household and indirect impact on other sectors of the economy. The Global Islamic Finance Report identifies major impact of Islamic banks, the decline in domestic and foreign economic activity, non-performing loan, crash in the market which caused low return on Sharia-compliant investment. This is a scenario as far as Islamic finance is in globally and in Nigeria is concerned. Coming to the Islamic social finance, it can be defined as the application of Islamic instruments of zakah and waqf, charities and qard hasan to finance the needs of the poor who could not meet them through formal financial institutions. So it's the application of all these instruments that we know to finance the poor or businesses and the like. The 2012 Financial Sector Assessment Program for the Islamic financial system conducted by IDB through the IRTI recommended that Islamic finance need to recalibrate the role of zakah, infaq, and sadaqah and waqf. What we have given earlier was to show the background of Islamic finance and its growth, and then we have seen the gap. There is less attention on the social finance. Then this report conducted by IRTI suggested that Islamic finance should reactivate the role of zakah, infaq, sadaqah, so as to achieve the socio-economic impact or objective of the ummah. Zakah, as we know, is mentioned in the Quran and is the third pillar of Islam, being coming at the center after Salah. It's mentioned more than 30 times in the Quran to signify its importance. Microfinance, on the other hand, is defined as offering financial services to the micro-entrepreneurs and low-income group that cannot meet up with the requirements of formal banks. So putting all these instruments together will give you the global picture of Islamic, what is called Islamic social finance. So using them to finance the need of the poor. With regard to the role of Islamic social finance during the COVID-19 in Nigeria, this is one of the most interesting areas. It was estimated globally that the zakat as at 2018 stands at 550 to 600 billion US dollars, the global potential of zakah. The role of Islamic finance has been widely acknowledged and highlighted by the industry expert. This is, I think it's not part of it, but the COVID-19 undoubtedly invigorate these Islamic economic instruments from Indonesia to Malaysia to Bosnia and many other countries and Nigeria, to show the efficacy of Islamic philanthropic sector during the period, because it was during the COVID-19 that many countries and many communities that we are not really utilizing zakah, waqf, sadaqah, charity, mobilizing funds en mass. Actually, either they started doing it more publicly or they started doing it on large scale. So the COVID-19 provides that opportunity to show the efficacy of these Islamic economic instruments.
Dr. Aliu, your time is 4 minutes still.
Okay. Some Islamic financial institutions have opened and strengthened their units for Islamic charities in Nigeria, like I mentioned. In Nigeria, there are 4 broad types of zakat and waqf organizations. I will summarize: government-based zakat and waqf, where the government, we have 36 states and we have about 19 states in the north, where majority of those states are governed by Muslims and Muslim dominated. So they established zakah and waqf organizations. So these are called government-based. And then you have emirate-based under the emirs of different jurisdiction. And then we have foundations-based or NGOs based, which in case there is no government based, no emirate based, then you can see Muslims coming together to establish zakah, sometimes through their mosques, like in the case of Lagos, where the Muslims are not they might be majority, but the government did not establish that. Then we have individual philanthropists that set up their foundation, or they apply zakat directly to the poor through interpersonal payment. So the Association of Zakah and Waqf Operators is a newly established association that aims to reposition Zakah and Waqf in the country under the chairman of Malam Muhammad Lawal Medoki of Nigeria. The purpose I mentioned: in the south, there is no, the role of Zakah and Sadaqah Foundation cannot be emphasized. The foundation was able to mobilize funds and produce many hand sanitizers, packets, essential food worth of millions nairas in the area. Similarly, in the Al Hayat Relief Foundation, they have done such. In the north, Sokoto State Zakah and Endowment Commission becomes the flag bearer in terms of serving the real needs of the poor and the vulnerable during the COVID-19. There is no real estimate to show how much in terms of the quantum of money, but actually we are in the process of collating the data to show that how much has been spent. Due to the trust, actually, the management of this commission, most of the state government, federal government and philanthropist intervention were channeled through that commission in the case of Sokoto. And in other states, such as Kano, we have philanthropists, Muslims, who donated in billions, such as Aliko Dangote, the richest man in Africa, who is from Kano, and Al-Ahdi Abdul Samad, who donated 7 billion. And we have Zakah committee in Emirates that have doing well also, actually, that they need to be recognized. Let me move to the prospect of the model. We propose to apply integrated work-based microfinance model because it has potentials of applying or using zakat, waqf, and sadaqah to finance the need of the poor. Of course, to give, if it is zakah, there are 8 asnaf as we know, but if it is waqf, whoever is needed can be given that. Let me go straight to this model was developed by Aslam Hanifa and other authors. There is no time, but I will show the model here. You can see waqf funds at the beginning. I'm happy that Brother Khalid Ahmed has mentioned in detail the application, the interventions of IDB. This research is also part of what IRTI has supported, actually. Prof. Ghaffar and others have known about this. And I think this is timely to also use this to enhance, to use the model on large scale actually across the Muslim countries and communities. You have Waqf funds, it can be zakah, it can be sadaqah, and then you have Islamic microfinance institution. It can be zakat institution or Waqf institution. What they do, they will now offer project financing, like Khalid has mentioned. It can be in grouping or it can be individual. And then there is also takaful coverage to ensure that the poor has takaful coverage in his business and his life. And then there is human resource, there is meaning capacity building before he is given the financing is a requirement. And then the result will be poverty alleviation in the area. So this is what I have just described. Due to time, I will not. These are some of the benefits of utilizing Islamic social finance, such as zakat, waqf, wealth circulation, cleansing heart, social cohesion, improving the life of the Muslim. Zakah and Waqf, as well as other charities, have been facing challenges of institutional reputation. This leads to stagnation in the collection in some jurisdictions. The low quality and inadequate number of human resources are among the major obstacles to the progress of Zakah organization. The discrepancies among Zakat and data integration challenge, just now I mentioned, contributes to the low performance in the country. The other one has started working on harmonizing the nisab and standardizing the practice. Many zakat payers prefer interpersonal payment, which is likely to be less effective compared to institutional payment. So we are calling for institutionalization of zakat, not just paying it to whomever you want and paying some amount which may not be sufficient. The public needs to be enlightened more, so that the ulama sometimes also prefer to get through their mosques or to from their disciplines. Collaboration needs to be established. Like recently, we are in discussion with the United Nations Human Rights Commission to, use their platform to reach out to internally displaced persons. I'm about to finish, brother the chairman. Though Islamic finance provides palliatives during the COVID-19, but it should intensify its effort to mobilize more zakah and sadaqah in the country. Sukuk Waqf should be floated by the Muslim as providers, as it provides sustainable social finance. Finally, organized zakah and sukuk have the potential. Let me go to the conclusion. Well, coronavirus hit the country, its economy and the people. Measures taken by the government becomes inadequate. Islamic finance has the potential of providing relief to the people. Islamic social finance is found more veritable in tackling the challenges faced by the poor and the vulnerable. Zakat organizations such as Sozecom, Azawon, Zakat Sadaqah, Lagos, Gombe Zakat, Emirates Zakat have played vital role during the COVID-19, and they continue to do post-COVID-19. Integrated worker base can be adopted in post-COVID-19 to harness the economy of the people, micro-entrepreneurs, among others. So with this, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the listeners for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, Dr. Aliu, thank you very much for your presentation. So I already seen Dr. Zainab Zawari from EGI Tunisia Polytechnic Tunisia. So you are the discussion here. Please, time is yours, Dr. Zainab.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Brother Muhammad. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of the event, Professor Abdul Ghaffar, Dr. Sendi, and the rest of the team. Thank you for inviting me to discuss the paper of Brother Dr. Aliu Dahiru Muhammad. Okay, so my discussion will be short but precise since I only received the paper this morning. Okay, so looking back to the paper, which I found interesting. Okay, so to recall, the objective of the paper is to explore the role of Islamic social finance during and post COVID-19 in Nigeria. And in this paper, the author shows some negative impact of COVID-19 crisis on Nigerian economics during the pandemic crisis, and how this crisis, or how individuals have suffered from the crisis from the financial side. He also highlighted the role of Islamic social finance during the crisis in Nigeria, with the development of Islamic charities like zakat, like waqf activities, and so on. And then he presented the integrated waqf-based Islamic microfinance model. And according to the author, it can be an instrument to implement Islamic social finance in the country, and as well as to fight poverty in post-COVID crisis period. So for me, when I read the paper, the first thing that came to my mind is the good choice of the topic, which is I found a very good choice. I think the author has made a good choice, since it is something that we are still facing the consequences of the pandemic crisis. And practically everyone now is trying to tackle this issue from different angles and perspectives. And the author already chose the Islamic finance perspective, or the Islamic social finance perspective, and how it can play a major role to minimize the financial and economic effects on individuals, of course, within the Nigerian context. So the major contribution, I think, is the model that he suggested to be a way or a solution for minimizing the effect of the crisis. However, what is missing, I think, in the paper is somehow an empirical investigation. When he presented the obstacles and the challenges of putting the model into practice, I think it could be of help to hear from the main players, from the main stakeholders in Nigeria. For example, he can conduct series of focus group discussions, or even simple questionnaire with first of all with the managers and employees of for example, he mentioned the newly established association of zakat and waqf operations, and or other institutions, or other institutions. So and this is the first target. The second target that he can conduct the questionnaire with is the individuals, and by this way he would know exactly the challenges, and perhaps he will collect some practical outcomes from them, and then he can translate that in his paper. Also, you need to know whether the model developed by Hanif and all can be implemented within the Nigerian context. You mentioned that it is a model that is presented previously. I don't know really if that model has been implemented elsewhere, but if you are thinking about implementing that model specifically in the Nigerian context, then you have to take the context, the Nigerian context, into consideration. It needs it means that you can adjust. You can of course adjust the model to be better adapted to the Nigerian context. Of course, you with all the information you give us today with the Nigerian context, you can manage to do that. I think this kind of questions and axis that Dr. Aliou Muhammad can focus on more later, and that will certainly enrich his paper. Thank you again, and assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Dr. Zainab. Thank you for your comment, and also a little refutation, especially in model that mentioned by Dr. Aliou. So, Dr. Aliou, what's your answer or your comment?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and also Dr. Zainab for the fruitful input you have given. I appreciated that. Actually, the model that you have spoken previously, I'm a party to it in developing the model in the context of, it hasn't been developed in Malaysia alone. It has been developed by a group of researchers, which I was involved in, and it has been tested and verified in some countries, including Nigeria. The thing that I still like your comment is that now we talk about the new developments, the other one and other stakeholders, which previously actually we don't have them when the model was developed. So we need to further extend the model, interact with them, and also find perhaps additional, we have gathered more experience now compared to when the model was developed, and I do believe that will really enrich the paper. But there was empirical backings and all the evidences, some of them are available online. So, but then I do agree that inshallah we'll look into looking at more practical issues, especially with the changes in time, especially now we're talking about COVID-19. So that the reason why still we are pushing forward the model again. In the past, it was pre-COVID-19, you know, in a normal situation. We didn't know that this will come, and then it came and strike the whole world, the economy, the people. So we still felt that this can be of help in the given the circumstances, but then we need to take care of the additional challenges that the COVID-19 came with. We have taken note about that, and thank you very much. That's my comment.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Aliu. There is the answer or the explanation more from Dr. Aliu, Dr. Zainab. Okay, we have still time to QA. Is there any question from floor?
Okay, again, Prof. Kartiko, Prof.
Okay, please, Dr. Kartiko.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Zilal. Brother Aliu,
yes, doctor.
Your purpose and your paper to avoid the obstacle Islamic institution to serve the people, I mean in the poor people, you propose using the zakah and wakaf both to provide the facility. But I think it is for this difficult if we spend many much money from zakah to serve people, because we know that the zakah is mandatory of Quran, serve for 8 asnaf. Maybe like in my paper in the last week in the economic theory workshop is held in UKM. I propose also to Islamic microfinance as a capital from the wakaf, because the wakaf there is the issue about the economic, but it's different about zakah and wakaf. Especially wakaf is social, but the wakaf is we can use to the economic activity. What do you think about this? Thank you.
All right. Can I respond?
Yeah, you can respond, Dr. Aliu.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much, Doctor, for the question. This is a very valid question, and it's one of the major concerns by many that regarding the usage of zakat or using zakat to finance the poor. If you listen to my presentation, I made a caveat that, and also if you look at the model itself, actually, we emphasize more on waqf because of the flexibilities it has. As you know, you can use it for economic empowerment, you can give it as charity. The proceeds of the waqf, you can give it as charity to the poor, empower them, or you can give that money as a revolving financing. It comes and give to others. But when I came to zakah, I was mentioning that in case of using zakah fund, So there will be specific guidelines to guide the model. Probably what is lacking also that is still in my mind is operational manual. Also, Dr. Zainab asks whether this model has been applied anywhere. I forgot to address that. Yes, currently, International Center for Islamic Economics of the IIUM, in collaboration with CIMB Bank Malaysia, they have now started applying, practicalizing this model. So again, what I was saying is that probably operational manual will guide whoever wants to apply the model so that to see that in case of Zakah fund, how do you use the money? We are not saying that take Zakah and give it in form of loan or financing anyhow. In case you take Zakah, look, you have different categories of poor. For Zakat, I'm advocating to give it to the people who are vulnerable, who you just need to push them up above the ladder so that they can even start picking up by they are already now normal, so they can now get another financing from microfinancing and what have you. But again, using the work-up model, we can still mobilize zakat, collect zakat, because you are dealing with the poor people across. So in case of identifying poor people who need support, not only financing, so you can just give it, this is zakah, go and probably you guide him, give him the training, and go and utilize it without, sometimes you may mention that this is zakah, or you keep silent so that he will, improve his business. So this is what I can say, and thank you very much for the valid concern.
Okay, Dr. Aliu, thank you for your answer. I think 1 minute, is there any one more question from floor? We have 1 minute. Okay, if there is no question anymore to Dr. Aliu Dahiru, we will finish your session, Dr. Aliu, and give applause to Dr. Aliu. Thank you very much for your session, Dr. Aliu.
All right, thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we follow our session to the paper number 7. The author is Dr. Zainab Zawari, co-authors Mahmud Sami Nabi and Asma bin Salim. So I think Dr. Zainab will present this paper. The title is Partially Square Structural Equation Modeling, or PLS SEM, and Application to Islamic Microfinance. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Zainab.
Thank you. Can you see the shared screen, please?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So hello from Tunisia. Again, it's my great pleasure to join you this virtual event as a guest speaker now. Today I woke up 1 a.m. to join you, and like I said, I'm very pleased to join you and to see some faces actually that I already know from my last visit to Indonesia. The paper I'm going to present now is entitled Partial Least Structure, Partial Least Square Structural Equation Modeling and Application to Islamic Microfinance. I will speak about the Tunisian context. I will start. Okay. So I will start to talk about a little bit about Islamic microfinance. So Islamic microfinance is currently a growing industry that has great potential to contribute to poverty alleviation and to enhance development, economic development. It has a large demand to expand on the global level. In fact, during the last decades, the Islamic microfinance industry showed a very remarkable growth of about 20%. But despite this rapid growth, the overall supply of Islamic microfinance remains small compared to the conventional global microfinance. To this date, Islamic microfinance represents only less than 1% or about of global microfinance in the world. So specifically, there is no insufficient outreach in rural areas, specifically in developing countries. On the other hand, okay. On the other hand, the world suffer from financial exclusion. For example, in Muslim countries, up to 72% of people in Muslim countries do not use formal financial services like banking services, like insurance and saving. So this exclusion can be either voluntary or involuntary behavior. Individuals may choose by their own to use or not such services for multiple or many reasons. For example, according to the World Bank, they may just refuse these services because of their culture or their religious reasons, or simply because they do not need these services for that moment. So in the literature, there is already a considerable body of research related to financial exclusion, and a lot of papers try to explain the intention, behavior to adopt or not Islamic financial products. Okay, so and since okay. And since I'm talking about the Tunisian context, so let me talk about the Tunisian context. So in Tunisia, we have about 9 MFIs, including one of them is fully fledged Islamic microfinance institutions, which is Zitouna Tamkeen, where Islamic Development Bank is a major shareholder. And we have another one, which is an Islamic subsidiary bank. It is a bank, but it provides some Islamic financial products. However, the number of active borrowers for the Islamic MFIs are very smaller than the conventional MFIs. It is less than 5% of the total EMF's client. So this can be explained by the fact that these two institutions, Zitouna Tamkeen and the new financial Islamic financial services of the Microfinance Bank, are recently introduced in the market. And on the other hand, there is a study made by Thomson Reuters. It shows that 46% of the respondents who are not using Islamic financial institutions services said that they would be interested in Islamic financial services in Tunisia. So inspired from all these facts, we identified the objective of the study. So the main objective of the study are identified the factors influencing the behavior intention to adopt or not Islamic microfinance services, and to investigate the direct and indirect factors that may influence the decision of Tunisian customers to adopt or not Islamic microfinance, considering their Islamic beliefs, okay, considering their religious background. So we construct different hypotheses relating specific factors to the behavior intention to adopt or not Islamic microfinance products and services, direct relationship of attitudes, perceived behavior control, and subjective norms with intentional behavior, and also hypothesis about indirect relationship with specifically with price and awareness and knowledge with intentional behavior, like you can see here in the conceptual model framework. So okay, so what we have done to empirically investigate the hypothesis, we conducted a questionnaire-based survey, and we used the factor analysis and partial least squares structural equation modeling, which is a factor-based model to analyze data collected by the questionnaires. And we use the theory of planned behavior to identify the factors that may influence the intention of Tunisian to adopt or not Islamic microfinance products and services. And we decided to, in order to neutralize the effect of religiosity, okay, so we decided to divide the full sample into two subgroups, okay, and then so we wanted to know what drive individuals to use or not Islamic microfinance, regardless their religious background. It means independently of their religious commitment. So so the criteria here was the commitment degree to religious, and we just to assess that, we just asked them one question, and according to this question we classified them into two subgroups. Okay, the question was, do you accept an interest-based loan? If the answer is yes, if the answer is no, then we classified them as committed. If the answer was no, or the answer of yes, I accept interest-based, then we classified as less committed groups or of individuals. And okay, also we included a number of questions that have been developed to quantify the extent of use or the intention to use Islamic microfinance products and services. So the data shows that out of the total sample, 101 of them reported they strongly disagree or disagree the intention to get an Islamic microcredit contract. And surprisingly, what we find surprising for us, that we found that a number of committed individuals who initially didn't accept interest-based loan refused later the Islamic financial forms of microloan, which means that at the beginning they refused. They are committed, they are classified as committed, they refuse interest-based loan. But when we ask them, okay, now if you have the possibility to have this kind of interest-free loan, do you accept it or no? They said, no, we don't accept it. And this was contradictory and surprising for us. So this is what we call the financial self-exclusion, okay? Let me skip some parts directly to the findings. Okay, so the results showed that the theory of planned behavior is valid in this context. The application of the theory of planned behavior does predict a Tunisian Muslim intention to adopt Islamic microfinance services in that context specifically, and this regardless of the level of their religious commitment. The empirical evidence of this research confirmed the significant direct influence of dissuasive factors as like negative social perception on behavioral intention to adopt Islamic microfinance. The study shows also that the awareness and knowledge of Islamic finance have a significant positive influence, not all for all the for the full sample, but only for the like we see in the slide, only for less committed Muslims. It has a significant positive impact on the less committed Muslims to use Islamic microfinance services. It means that committed people, committed individuals, even though they don't have the awareness and the knowledge about Islamic finance, they will use Islamic finance. But for those who are not committed, if they are well informed with the principles of Islamic finance, they will decide to use Islamic finance. So here the awareness factor is relevant and significant for less committed. Although also, the findings reveals that pricing has insignificant direct and indirect effect on customers' intention to use Islamic microfinance services. It means that pricing of Islamic microfinance services is not a determined factor of their potential demand in Tunisian context. So here we are emphasizing on the Tunisian context. Price doesn't seem to have any significant impact on the decision to use or not, to adopt or not Islamic microfinance services. So the Tunisian customers of Islamic microfinance institutions seem to be less concerned with the costs of using its services than other factors, given the low awareness of finance, Islamic finance in the country. So to conclude, okay, so here a list of conclusions. So regardless their commitment degree to religions, individual decision to use Islamic microcredit products is directly affected by their attitude, by their social influence, and by perceived behavior control, which are the three factors of the theory of land behavior. Pricing is indeed not the primary concern of Tunisian people when deciding to use or not Islamic microcredit financing. And the results of our studies suggest that discouraging social influence in addition to the lack of awareness and knowledge play a reasonable role in explaining to some extent financial self-exclusion from Islamic microfinancial services. And finally, the estimate of the social influence variable is negative, but not larger in magnitude than perceived behavior control estimates. And this suggests that measures of perceived behavior control, like area of living, whether to be in rural or in urban areas, or something like that, could be used to be effective levers to influence individuals' behavior. Let me finish with with the implication, because the paper has relevant implication for managers of Islamic microfinance, for different stakeholders. So implication, so the expanding of Islamic microfinance activities to cover remote areas, distance areas, could help Islamic MFIs to tap a new customer base and increase, of course, the likelihood of customers to use their products and services. And an implication or suggestion for managers, marketing managers, to adopt like a persuasive communication strategies to attract beliefs about Islamic finance. Beliefs means the awareness and knowledge, information. So, and introduce strategic actions to educate consumers and broaden their knowledge and understanding of Islamic finance and microfinance as well. For example, like having partnership with university and training centers, which I refer to the paper that Brother Ahmed present, the models that they are trying to implement now in different countries, and this could be one of them. Thank you so much, and your questions are welcome.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zainab. Your presentation is effective and also interesting for us, and of course will be discussed by Dr. Mutamimah from Universitas Islam Sultan Agung. So I already seen Dr. Mutamimah. So time is yours for discussion, Dr. Mutamimah.
Okay, thank you very much for. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for Dr. Mohrizal, Dr. Aliyu, and Dr. Zainab, and all speakers. This paper is interesting. The title is Partial Least Square Structural Equation Model, application to Islamic microfinance. This is interesting, but I want to say that the paper analyzed the financial inclusion toward Islamic microfinance, and this paper to examine the effect of various explanatory factors on behavioral intention to adopt or not Islamic microfinance beyond individual level or community to region, and explore to use the theory of planned behavior and use the statistic analysis PLS SAM, and the result is to variable knowledge and awareness and price not significant to behavioral intention. But in here, I want to comment that the author not the paper used the 362 samples, but the research didn't explain how the sample was obtained. Because the samples technique will determine of quality of the result, and representation of population is in Tunisia. And then I see the paper, the author not profile didn't explain the profile of respondent, because if author explain respondent profile, so we see how explain why to the variable awareness and knowledge and price not significant to behavioral intention. And the result shown in table 2, I see in because I write the paper, but the author didn't discuss the result with in the paper with completely. And then I see in this finding, this finding is very interesting, because this is two variable didn't significant, awareness, knowledge, and price don't significant to behavioral intention. And there are for future research, if price didn't significant to behavioral intention, so for future research can add the financial inclusion as moderating variable, but don't mediating, but in here moderating variable, because I see the final inclusion as factors to determine how customer to access service and product in Islamic microfinance, and how Islamic microfinance provide easy access to customer, so can improve customer to use service and product from Islamic microfinance. And then in the future research, I want to add, next research can be developed in other country, in Indonesia or in another country, so research can compare. And in here can author can to add the variable moderating. This is fintech. Why? Because financial technology is now in developing country and developed country is used, customer use the fintech to access the product and service from Islamic microfinance. As if fintech, so can strengthen the variable to use the Islamic micro product and service from Islamic microfinance. And finally, there is between customer and Islamic microfinance, there is asymmetric information. So it's need the Islamic corporate governance can strengthen of influence on there are factors to Islamic to use or to behavioral intention for customer in Islamic microfinance. and I see the paper is very interesting and must be developed in another time. So I thank you very much for Dr. Zainab and et al. This is very contribute to develop the Islamic economic in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Dr. Mutamimah. So, in my mind, in my notes, there is two suggestion for this paper to be a better paper for the future. For example, by include the fintech, because fintech is become the more prospective condition right now in every countries due to COVID-19 also, and the asymmetric information between user and Islamic microfinance institution that's also immersed among us in every country, especially in developing countries like Nigeria, Indonesia, Tunisia, and other countries. So maybe a comment from Dr. Zainab Zori. Time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Mutamima, for your valuable comments and remarks. Actually, for the your recommendation to include fintech variable, I agree. I totally agree with that. The fact that the study we started the study just before the coronavirus, so we didn't include the this variable, but we will try to see how we can include that, or your recommendation to replicate this this study, or to do the study in a different context and then have the comparison between the two results. The results, it's a very good idea. Yes, there we can. I think we can include the fintech variable. For the sample, we try to have a representative sample. We try to have sample individuals, students. We try to have that diversified sample from different part of different regions. So so we have so we try to diversify the sample. So we cannot. So the results won't be biased later. We try to focus on this specific point at the beginning. Yes. Thank you again for all your remarks. Perhaps if you can later, we can discuss a couple of points bilateral. That will be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Please mute your. Okay. We have still time for discussion QA. If there any question for Dr. Zainab from floor?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Dr. Widi?
Yeah. For Dr. Zainab, I have a simple question to you regarding the relevancy of the model for developing the Islamic microfinance. The relevancy of the model for developing Islamic microfinance. Yes, very simple question to you. Thank you.
Can you
actually Fadilan?
Repeat.
Wait a minute,
okay,
Dr. Zainab. Dr. Zainab,
yeah.
Dr. Widianto, please.
Simple question to Dr. Zainab. I asked you about the relevancy of the model for developing microfinance institution based on your model.
You mean statistical relevance or
the question?
Yes. You mean the
the relevance for the model to develop.
You mean the statistical relevance or the implication, the practical relevance?
Implication.
Yes, like
Yeah.
yes, like I said, the paper have a practical implication to managers of EMFs, Islamic microfinance institutions, specifically because they have the role to offer a better or the best offer to their customers or potential customers, of course, based on this kind of studies. So when we said, for example, awareness is important for less committed than and considering that considering the culture and the social specificity of our society, for example, in Tunisia, we can say that building, working on raising awareness is important for less committed individuals. That can be done, for example, by spots, by campaign of sensibility, by trying to have this kind of seminar webinars, for example, by to increase the awareness of individuals, having webinars with the students in university community, for example. This kind of implication that managers of EMFs can have a major role in doing so. So yes, it has a very relevant practical implication.
Okay, Dr. Zainab. Please, Prof. Gapa.
Thank you, Fadila. I found out that knowledge is not significant in your study, right? And
sorry?
No, you find out that in your study, knowledge is not significant, right?
Yes, knowledge is not
not significant. So maybe what is the reason, or maybe what are the reasons that knowledge is not significant? Is it due to the dimension of knowledge that you want? Because here you say that knowledge affect on the niyah, right? Or the intention. And then the intention affect on your action. But again, is on the dimension of niyah and also the dimension of action or amal, right? Because if you look at from the, because you derive that from the theory of planned behavior. Let's say if you derive that, the relationship with knowledge and niyah from the theory of qalbu of Imam Ghazali, where we have the different dimension of niyah and also different dimension of action, and also there is a gap between the niyah and the action. Okay, so what would be the result if, let's say, you come up with a different theory? Thank you, Dr. Zainab. And thank you, Dr. Zilan.
Yes, actually,
Dr. Zainab.
Yes, when I said awareness is not relevant, is not significant for in the study, it's not for the full sample. The sample I divided into two subgroups. Okay, the first one is for committed individuals, committed religiously. The second is less committed. So awareness is not relevant, is not significant for committed individuals, and it is significant for less committed. It means that for less committed, they don't have big commitment to religious. They want to know exactly what are the principles of Islamic finance. If they are totally aware of the principles, then they will use the Islamic finance. Otherwise, they're not interested. Otherwise, it's for them it's the same. Whether to be Islamic finance, whether to be conventional, it's the same. But once they are totally aware of the principles and what is the ethics and all these aspects, then they will decide to go for Islamic finance, Islamic microfinance services. But for less committed, they are already for committed people. They are already committed. So whether they are aware or not of the principles, they will decide to use this the Islamic finance. You know, the explanation. Can you figure out the why awareness is not significant for committed, and it is significant for less committed individuals? I don't know if you if the idea is clear or not. Yes.
Yeah,
For
clear,
and
clear. Yeah.
yes,
you
and
will find that committed and uncommitted. Yeah. I think that,
yes, and this is specifically for the Tunisian context. I don't know if it is the same if we repeat the same study in the Indonesian, for example, context, or Malaysian or Egyptian. I don't know really, but this is specific for the Tunisian context because the Tunisian community has, you know, the culture aspect, the social aspect, so all these aspects, factors that can influence the also influence the decision of the individuals. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Zainab. We have still 2 minutes. Is there any question for Dr. Zainab? Okay. If there is no question anymore, we finish the session for Dr. Zainab. So give her applause for her available presentation. Thank you, Dr. Zainab. So we proceed to paper 8 from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Author is A. Jajang W. Mahri, Fajar Setiawan, and A.S. Nurasya. The title is Strategy of Sustainability Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, or BMT, in Bandung. So who is become the presenter? A.S. Nurasya.
Yes, Prof.
Okay,
I am
20
we will
minutes.
presentation.
20 minutes for you. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Prof. My voice is hard, Prof.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Then. Sorry. Okay. My presentation is see, Prof?
We can see your sharing.
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very happy because with all of you in here. And then I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. My name is A.S. Nurasya from Department Islamic Economic and Finance. In this session, I will a presentation or discussion about a strategy of sustainability Baitul Mal wa Tamwil in Bandung. It is they are our team, Jajang W. Mahri and Fajar Setiawan and me. There are table of content. It is introduce, literature review, methodology, result and analysis, and then conclusion. The first I will try about introduction in our research. I think all of you knows the number of micro, small, medium enterprises in Indonesia based on data from the Central Statistic Agency, or BPS, has increased every year with an average growth rate of 2.41%. And then beside that, we know that one of the Syariah microfinance institution, or BMT, Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, until now has growth in Indonesia. But in the other hand, In Bandung, BMT in Bandung, according to data December 2019, before 40 BMT in Bandung exists, but in December 2019, only 12 BMT is exists in Bandung. So it is very worrying for all. How or why BMT in Bandung is decreasing significant. So it is to be our thinking why BMT in Bandung is decreasing significant. And then according to literature review, we know that the theory of sustainability, the BMT or Islamic microfinance is sensitive to bankrupt, to bankrupt. According to strategy theory from Fred R. David, and then sustainability concept, we take about Jubair. Sustainability in microfinance institution is the ability of the institution to run a system that has been built so that it can operate in a sustainable manner. And then according to SWOT matrix theory, a SWOT analysis, according to Rangkuti, is a systematic identification of various factors to formulate a company strategy. And then the methodology about this research, according to the object of this research, is the sustainability strategy of VMT in Bandung using IFAS and EPAS matrix. And then the subject of this research is the expert judgment at BMT in Bandung. There are 7 expert judgment. They are Dr. Insinyur Haji Arsad Ahmad. They are head of economic department of MUI Kota Bandung, and then Jamil Abbas, the head of Islamic Financial Inclusive KNKS, and then Erna Abdillah, the head of department UMKM Kota Bandung, and then Yayat Nur Hidayat, guest lecturer of Islamic Economic and Finance, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and then Arapah Bahtiar, the head of BMT Bringharjo in Bandung, and then Lukman, the head of staff in BMT Itkon in Bandung, and Trimartono, the head of BMT Darut Tauhid. According to expert judgment, and then we can describe to provide an overview the sustainability of BMT in Bandung, we stage in the form of identifying theory and testing theory, as well as identifying internal and external strategic factor in BMT. According to methodology IFAS and EPAS, IFAS internal factor evaluation, and then EPAS external factor evaluation. Based on our calculating, they are according to quadrant position in IFAS-EFAS. So we can get number fifth quadrant position. It is maybe all of you can see in the picture. IFAS, according to our calculating, is 2.863, and then the score about score of EFAS is 2.973. It is calculating about score and rating about questionnaire, which our interview for expert judgment. So in the fifth position or fifth quadrant, it is conclude that the BMT in Bandung is the position take care and maintain. In Indonesia is jaga dan pertahankan in kuadran 5 ya, fifth quadrant. So in alternative strategy position, after we know that the quadrant position in fifth quadrant, so alternative strategy position is 1B. 1B is according to difference between internal factor is to define X factor, and then external factor Y in Y position is different in Y position is a Y factor. So we can conclude that is alternative strategy position is 1B. So 1B according to theory of EFAS is the strategy is stable growth. Stable growth is the meaning of the strength is more little than opportunity. So result of the SWOT matrix analysis, among of them, the first strategy is strength opportunity. Is meaning of the number of small entrepreneurs in the city of Bandung, which is more than the number of large entrepreneurs, is an opportunity for BMTs. Need to have a specific regulation from the government that match the characteristic of BMT. And then the second strategy is weakness opportunity. BMTs who have limited capital, so that BMTs must play an active role in finding funding. BMT can cooperate with Syariah banking in the form of a linkage program. The people of Bandung, which as predominantly Muslim, are a great opportunity for BMT. Technological developments can solve the problem of BMT in lack of socialization. And then the third strategy is the large number of moneylenders roaming the community can become a threat and loss to the community. Public trust in BMT need to be maintained. And then the finally strategy is a weakness and threat. Assisting members who get financing can be an advantage of BMT in competing with other financial institutions, so that BMT must maximize business assistance to members. So it is our conclusion. The result of the evaluation of external factors that have the highest degree of importance are the support and attention of government towards BMTs, specific regulation from the government that support BMT, and developing technology system as a marketing and socialization tool. For the value of the highest influence on the opportunity factor is the number of small entrepreneurs. In Bandung, more than the number of large entrepreneurs. BMT in the Bandung occupies the position of the quadrant of 5, explain that the condition of BMT sustainability is not strong, but also not very weak or the average position. This shows that BMT in Bandung is a field of defense where it still has strength and opportunities that can be developed to be more sustainable. The right alternative strategy for sustainability of BMT in Bandung in quadrant 1B, which show that choice a strategy, namely stable growth, which means that the growth strategy is stable or slowly by utilizing external potential. Okay, maybe it's enough for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Nur Asyah, for your presentation, and we proceed to discuss your paper. Discussion for your paper is Solio Hamzat from Nigeria, Economic Department, Ahmadu Bello University. So, Solio Hamzat, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for having me in this session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important paper. I like the paper. There's a lot of potential in the paper. Are you hearing me clearly, please?
We hear you.
Hello?
Clear, Mr.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of potential in the paper. Strategy of sustainability based on mal will in Bandu. If I understand the paper from what I've read, the problem is that BMT increased significantly in Indonesia since 2012, but many of them failed before this period. Of course, Bandu is one of the cities in Java with successful MSMEs. The objective I've seen the author mention is to develop a sustainable strategy for BMT in Bandu. And the SWOT analysis was deployed to fashion out a strategy. And the author concludes that the strategy of hold and maintain, of course, the existing strategy is sustainable, except that some external opportunities can also be merged with internal strengths going forward. That is my summary of the paper. I will now go to my comments, some of my views and my takes on the paper. Like I said earlier, it's an important topic and the issues are germane. However, the economic context of the case study is not adequately presented. We are discussing about BMT in Bandu that is having a problem, they are failing, but we do not know what the macroeconomic setting of that context itself is. The authors are looking at internal factors and some external factor, but the macroeconomics itself, whether, for instance, income level is dropping, economic growth is falling generally, discussions are not detailed for us to know what is causing the failure of Betel Malwa, because these are schemes that is influenced. Do I say it's? It depends on how people have income. The subscriptions to these funds depends on income level of the people in that community. If generally income level is falling, you should expect also those BMTs not to be doing well. So to start with, so we expect the authors to detail the macro context in which those institutions are operating. Now, my second comment is that I think there is a mismatch. There's a mismatch right from the beginning. What is this mismatch? The authors described BMTs as one of the form of microfinance institutions that is capable of providing finance for MSMEs. Yes, what is this mismatch? Microfinance, if BMTs are seen as microfinance institutions, small and medium skills enterprises may not benefit or may not do well with a microfinance. There is an issue of mission drift here. Microfinance should and the mission of microfinance is for micro entrepreneurs and micro enterprises and not medium or small enterprises typically. So I think this is replaced in the literature, where one of the major causes of failures of microfinance institutions is mission drift. So there's an idea of mission drift here. Microfinance should target micro entrepreneurs. If BMTs are used to target micro, small, and medium enterprises, to the extent that it targets micro enterprises, there may not be a problem. But ab initio, to the extent that it targets small and medium scale enterprises, there may be problems because of the issue of mission drift. Actually, its mission is not for medium enterprises. If you small and medium in net worth, for instance, they are on average larger than what the micro entrepreneurs or micro enterprises would be. So for BMT, which is a microfinance, to target that, I think there's a mission drift. And of course, it could be the result of the failures of those BMTs that the author has seen from the data. So I'll talk a bit about the methodology, except that when the presenter was presenting, she mentioned the name of some of the experts because she said she collected data from using expert ratings. In the paper that I read, there was no mention of what category of experts and who are the experts. But during presentation, I think she made mention of who the experts are. I think I will rest my comment on that because it's good you detail what the expert background is and what they've done before to give a detailed information of the kind of ratings one would expect. The essence of this is for replicability. If I want, for instance, to replicate this same study in Nigeria, I should know the kind of expert ratings, which kind of expert I should ask to rate. So that is why information about who the experts are and what they do and their background should be important. Similarly, the authors mention of the use of literature, that literature was used to also obtain data for the SWOT rating. They also did not mention what category of literature in detail, what are the literatures that they have used actually. This is for the case, for the question of replicability. If I want to replicate it as we do, of course, in normal scientific culture, where I should expect to get the same result, I should know the kind of it, but the paper, what literature that was consulted. The questionnaire that was also claimed to have been used, it is not presented. We don't know the kind of questions that were asked. We don't know what, and the interview that was done, whether it's an in-depth interview or not, it is not clearly stated. These are data issues that are important for the empirical results that you got. One would expect the questionnaire is stated, and if the authors adopted an existing questionnaire in the literature, they should have mentioned the questionnaire they adopted or adapted. If they have just adapted some other questionnaire that literature of Islamic finance, they should also make it. It's important for scientific inquiry. So So that if you look at this all together, the results that is coming, that the conclusion that the author reached may be affected actually if especially from the issue of the context, the context that is not adequately documented. I mean the macro context that is adequately documented. It may shape the kind of results that they got actually. So for short, except that I may send the some of the other comments I made in the body of the paper that has to do with the referencing, the abbreviations, that all these are not adequately done actually. I think the authors can improve on this. I made comment on that using track changes, so I could send it to them for them to improve on the quality of the paper. But in whole, it's a very beautiful paper that has a lot of potentials. It has a lot of potentials, especially with the use of the SWOT analysis. It's novel, it's interesting, but there are more work to be done actually. Thank you so much if you hear what I have said clearly.
Okay, Dr. Soliu, thank you very much for your comment. Waalaikumsalam. So, Dr. Nur Asia, there is some comment from Soliu, especially for your organization of your paper and also writing in your paper, especially for this empirical paper, for example, about the category of expertise as the respondent you take about, and then about the literature review that you use, and also about the abbreviation in this paper. So please, if you want to answer this comment.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Prof. Muhammad Jilal. Thank you, Soliu Hamjat, yeah, from Nigeria. Okay. Thank you for your excellent comment. Being available input for my paper, hopefully it can add to the appeal of reader to this paper. I agree with you, Soliu Hamzah, about the expert judgment, maybe, yes. Expert judgment, there are seven people. They are from regulator, and then academician, and then a practitioner of Islamic Microfinance in Bandung, and then from ITCON, from BMT Bringharjo, and then BMT Darut Tauhid. BMT is bigger, yeah, in Bandung. We will determine based on his expertise to expert judgment from our research according to capability of them. We assumes that they are have more knowledge about BMT in Bandung. It is the first, but maybe others people have more knowledge maybe, but in this research, in our research, the seven people according to regulator, academician, and practitioner, but we are not close to others people. Maybe I think more people have or more expert than the seven people we determine in this research. And then the other question, sorry, Prof, about what?
No question, just comment about
okay.
the first one is the category of expertise. You already explained. Second one about your literature. What kind of literature you use in this in your paper?
Literature review about EFAS, Prof. About EFAS and EFAS
Sorry.
methodology. It is
Sorry,
Okay.
not literature review.
About?
Sorry, I'm not talking about the literature review you use in collecting data for methodology. That is the point I'm saying, not the paper you reviewed during your literature review. You mentioned your methodology that you use some literature to collect data. Those literature are not mentioned. That's the point.
Yeah. We catch it. So when Nur Asia collect your data, you mentioned that you use literature review. So Solio Hamzat want to know what kind of literature you use in collecting data, because this is methodology.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
Maybe slip of tongue, you. Slip of tongues. Solio, this is slip of tongues, I think, because Nur Asia using SWOT analysis, right?
Yes.
So you already mentioned in your paper. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any comment, Dr. Solio? Okay. If no, there is no comment. So I think we still have time. I see also here from you, Nurasian, you have finding about the stable slowing growth for BMT in Bandung. So your finding is you need regulation and also technology to make it growth increasingly, not slowly, right? So maybe there is another question from floor. Please, is there any question from floor to Asia? Okay, Asia, we wait a few minutes for floor to prepare their question. But from my perspective, I also want to make a little bit comment. I think you already use characteristic of respondent in your questionnaires. And when we use the characteristic of respondent, so we can assume some others interesting point of our respondent. For example, who is the expert or expertise, who is the experience in running VMT, how long they already running BMT. So we know that exactly our respondent is very quite have many knowledge about what problem that we will research, right, in BMT especially. Okay.
Prof. Zilal.
Oh, Dr. Yulizar, please, if you have any question to
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah,
thank you,
fine,
Prof.
Aja.
Sorry for not having my video since I have dual Zoom.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank to Prof. Zilal for having me the time. And second, of course, my thank goes to the researcher for having the enlightenment papers. But I have some comment regarding this paper. The first one is, of course, similar to the discussion, which is trying to highlight the expertise. What has been highlighted is how the researchers is trying to divine the expertise of the respondent. So, in what sense that the paper is trying to focus on? Let's say one of the expert, I'm not wrong, from MUI, right? Majelis Ulama Indonesia. So when the issue in this paper is trying to discuss the issue of sustainability, so I think the expert should be in line with the concept of sustainability. whereby MUI is mostly focused on the issue of Sharia. So I think it is good to to a discussion to highlight this issue. Okay, the second one is the concept of sustainability, Prof. Zilal. IFAS and EFAS mostly applied in the issue of sustainability of corporation, right? So I think the paper should, go beyond the mainstream sustainability parameter mainstream. So it should be go beyond the parameter mainstream of sustainability. So since BMT is of course different, that's why in the first session we do discuss about the legality status, whether it is hybrid social finance or social and economic finance institution. So this will be cause the analysis of sustainability will be a bit different between social and economic or commercial corporation. So I think it should be additional issues, which is of course BMT is having different character. This is also in line with the finding of the paper, which is one of the recommendation is regarding the regulation, right? So based on your team research team, one of the suggestion is there should be a supportive regulation, right? So I think we have also in our Zoom majlis Pak Pristianto. So I think there exists the Ministry of Cooperative and Small Medium Enterprises Regulation, which is trying to absorb the characteristic of BMT, which is one of the main role is regarding the social intermediary. So I think this regulation is already covered the character of BMT. So if I don't mind, this finding should should I don't know whether it should be rectified or not, but in my opinion, this regulation is already catch up, already absorb the character, the very basic character of Betul Mal wa Tamwil, which is trying to to support their sustainability in terms of social intermediary function. Let's say the usage of Ziswa in order to create the social capital, for example. So I think this regulation is already already support very supportive regulation, which is in line with the character of Betul Mal wa Tamwil. That's Prof. Zila. Thank you very much.
Okay, you are welcome, Dr. Yulizar. Nurasya, will you answer the comment from Dr. Yulizar?
No, I think it is a positive comment.
Okay.
For my favor is more better, Prof. Jilal.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Yulizar.
That's why Dr. Yulizar mentioned to us, because as your finding about the regulation, but the regulation itself, according to Dr. Yulizar, already published by the Ministry of Cooperative. So maybe you can discuss more deeper with Dr. Yulizar for the next time to produce another paper, especially
very much welcome. Very much welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So is there any question for Nur Asia? We have still 5 minutes. So if there is no question, maybe from Prof. Gava, I think. Last question for Nur Asia.
I don't have any question, Prof. Zilal.
Okay, thank you. So I think because due to there is no question for Nur Asia, so we stop the session for Dr. Nur Asia. So give applause for her.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Jilal, Prof. Gafar, Dr. Yulijar, and Mr. and Mrs. Assalamualaikum
Okay.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So thank you very much for this session, especially from my point of me. I'm say thank you very much for the committee, and also I apologize if in running this session there is any mistake from me. I apologize for that. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back to committee. Anin, turn on your camera.
Because you don't have your PC.
Maaf, Prof. Ini nggak pakai jilbab, Prof.
Oh iya, kalau gitu Sarif yang ini on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you tomorrow.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you tomorrow, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Astagfirullah.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. See you tomorrow.
Okay, inshallah. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you.
Insyaallah. Insyaallah, Prof.
Insyaallah.
Barakallah.
Terima kasih, Prof. Jilal.